I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down?
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? There never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? When I wake up in my bedroom,
With you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
different energies I bring. Only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beat. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little Supreme and give in to temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I'll be real deal. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your mind. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. No, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was wrestling in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life.
talking about your band. You bore me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam, but you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand, but I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I met you at some party. You acted the part. Had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party. You acted the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr, and I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Always looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're a place that take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're a place that so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying,
take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. We must survive. So choose your weapons wise. Stand and fight for your life. I take a breath. Heart is rising when there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Butchballs, and today I'm joined for my first time with Kitty as we finally get to cast together. It was, what, week 4 at this point, and we finally get together on the schedule. How are you doing today? We've got some bangers coming up.
Yeah, I'm excited for today. It'll be my first time talking about JDG and watch how they really just dominate the league. And of course, it's my first time casting with you, so I'm sure it'll be very banger as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it will, people. Let's first off talk about what happened yesterday in the LPL, because as you all know by now, we're on 7 days a week. There is always action to be talked about. And yesterday had some decent series to look at, like long games yesterday. WE versus BLG, and WE actually managing to get that win on the board. And it felt like WE have had a lot of games where they're ahead and then it doesn't quite connect in the end. But yesterday, looking good against a top team as well in BLG. So WE making a name for themselves there, and LNG continuing their win streak against OMG.
Yeah, the most significant series out of this, well, the game that stood out to me was that game in OMG vs LNG, where OMG tried breaking the meta and they picked Samira Alistair in that bowling. Unfortunately, didn't get that win in the very end, and it still went to LNG, but I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, Abel will be able at the end of the day. But LNG taking that 4-0 in the sole possession of first place right now. The question is, who will be able to take them down? But that's not a question that will be answered today, because we have other questions in mind. We've got EDG versus NIP and RNG versus JDG today. Now, for both EDG and RNG, I feel like there's a lot of proving to be done on how well the previous cores can include new players. And then for NIP, you know, there's a lot of questions to be answered on who this team is, like where they're going. We keep on seeing roster changes, and like Pout is going to be playing today alongside Invincible. So a lot of questions for this NIP roster on how they're going to look here today. But first off, is EDG stepping onto the stage.
Yeah, EDG coming in, I think their biggest challenge so far was up against IG back in week 3, and they unfortunately ended with a 0-2 scoreline. And I just think, well, I call that game the Wise Cam incident for Allah. I'm sure he's traumatized. He's been relegated to more of a tank role now ever since week 3, and I just think I'm waiting for Allah to really step up once again and play his carries.
Yeah, on the other hand though, I feel like, you know, the tanks did work for them in their most recent series. Like maybe that's the way they play. Have Allah as the weak side up at the top side, and then get Leave on Zeri, get Leave on these hyper carries, and let Leave show what he's got. Because, you know, Leave came out of the LDL as a player that's extremely hyped up, and so far we have seen some games where he really can pop off. So I'm definitely excited to see more of that. But NIP stepping on up as well. And again, this is a team with a lot on their shoulders to try and show what they're made of. But I was just talking about Leave. I felt like it's a similar story for NIP, where Photic really has been the dominant carry in the games that these guys have won.
Yeah, both ADCs of this series will be very important to the results, but I just want to highlight that NIP hasn't had the most friendly schedule, because they play JDG into top esports, now into EDG. So although getting easier along the way, they're still technically super teams. So them up against EDG will really put them to the test, and they have to stop their 3-game loss streak as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, even before the schedule you're talking about, they had to face Rare Atom, who, you know, only middle of the table currently, but actually a very aggressive team, a team that will punch you in the face. You know, they're one of those squads that really will go. Lien having a great split so far, so definitely a tough schedule, as you say. So NIP, the score not necessarily representative of where they should be in the league, and I agree with you. I think that they probably will start to climb up a little bit, but I am curious about like the solo lanes specifically, right? We've seen a little bit of Rich, mostly Invincible up there. Invincible bringing out the carries this year as well, not afraid to take top lane into his own hands. He's up against Allah. Now, Allah is known as one of these top laners that can be volatile, right? You mentioned a particularly volatile game earlier on. I feel like we've got 2 Jax players here, we've got 2 Fiora players here up in that top side. Like, we could have a very exciting top lane 1v1.
Yeah, and touching on Invincible over Rich for this specific series, I think he had an incredible showing up against top esports last time, where he was playing the Jax and he was on the Fiora. And even though they went 1-2 in the scoreline, that one win was because of Invincible and how he really piloted Jax in those team fights. But on the other side, we have Arla, right? He is very flexible when it comes to his playstyle. Obviously, we've seen him play the Jace. We've also seen him play a lot of the other carry champions. But unfortunately, I think the roles have shifted for EDG, where Fofo has really stepped up as the sole core element of the mid, top, and jungle, and JJ Arla has to play around this core member now.
Yeah, it's going to be a question as well of Mako trying to get involved on the top side as well. I feel like the last couple of years, a lot of that story has been the jungle and support pairing up and getting up to that top side. Whereas this year so far, you know, with a lot of Yumi in the meta, a lot of these enchanters, it has felt like there's been a lot of bot lane focus from the support. So I am curious to see if Mako gets into that conversation himself as well, or whether it is just going to be a matter of what happens in the draft up on that top side. Speaking of the draft, though, we're ready to get this first series underway, and I am really curious. I don't think Zeri's going to be let through. I feel like both these AD carries are so good on Zeri, but it's not in the bans. Yumi's not in the bans either.
Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yumi once again open for this first game of EDG and NIP. Of course, Maokai was taken away from NIP. I just think Maokai as a champion, when it does come to those major objectives, is just so oppressive. So it's a really good ban. I respect it. Of course, Ashe also got taken off because she is able to flex from that mid to jungle role, where Mako has played 7 unique champions in these 7 different games.
Yeah, Mako, he's having fun so far in the LPL. He's spreading his wings a little bit down at the bottom side. Like you say, 7 champions played, but he's already got 1 game on Nami. This might be his first repeat with the Lucian locked in. You gotta believe that he's gonna lock in that Nami as well.
Yeah, I'm assuming NIP is just going to look for a jungler now before they all get banned out. Sejuani really good, especially with how Invincible has been playing on those top lane carries like the Jax, the Fiora, all still available on the table currently. But my eyes are on Palt, because Palt has been subbed in once again for this series, where Dream had a pretty tough time in that series up against top esports, and they decided to sub in their newly signed 19-year-old mid laner, and I believe he's from the Korean League, and he had a pretty good showing up against a rookie. He played the Silas and Victor, went even in lane, although not an explosive player. I just think being stable is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it was against rookie, so I feel like we need more time, we need more footage of Pau. But like you say, playing in a lot of the Korean tier 2 tournaments over the years. Last year, though, there's barely any footage of this guy. In 2022, he was in Turkey for a single month on Supermassive Blaze, literally played like 7 games, then left that team. Then we hadn't seen him until this offseason. So really curious to see more of this guy, to get more tape on what he's capable of. Certainly a player that you got to keep your eyes on. But Renekton banned up towards that top side as the Sejuani was locked in. We're looking towards solo laners here. What are your priorities if you're looking for NIP? What's your blind pick to go into the second phase?
I mean, Jax is just so strong, especially in the hands of Invincible, right? He had 2 extremely good showings in that series up against top esports. So I'm assuming that if EDG Ala can't... Oh, I mean, Jax has already been banned. Sorry, I didn't actually spot that. But when it comes to these solo laners, of course, these extremely aggressive laners like the Fiora is still available on the table. But my eyes are on this mid lane pool, because not a lot of mid laners have been taken off, and Fofo has been really stepping up on the Akali, and he has been extremely aggressive in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, Fofo on those like stylish melee mid laners definitely can bring a lot to the table. Like you say, the Akali been looking good for him. It's going to be a Kassadin ban towards that mid lane, and the Jace. This is something that honestly has just been a mid lane pick this year. We've seen very little of it in the top side comparatively to in that mid lane. But that said, Ala, one of the players to take it to that top side, taken away from him by an IP here.
Yeah, Jace, I mean, is a really good flex for EDG now that they have to absolutely prepare for the worst. If it does go top lane, well, I guess Ala won't have that winning matchup. But talking about these mid laners, the Akali does get hovered by Fofo once again, and I just think this combo of Vi plus Akali is going to be so terrifying for the side of NIP, because you're just a kitten with a little Zeri as well.
Kitten on a little girl's shoulder. We'll see if they're going to be able to survive the pressure Fofo can bring as Akali and Cassante. It's not a bad rotation, is it, for EDG? That is some serious power coming out of the solo lanes. And like you say, Pau against Rookie had to play against that Akali. He played the Silas. It was a very quiet laning phase and came alive during the team fights. Looks like the Silas is going to be the option once again.
Yep, he did have a pretty decent showing, especially up against Rookie's Akali, like you said. I think when it came to the team fights, he did find more direction and he felt a little bit more visible. But in the laning phase, he was just going even. But we'll have to see how he does up against Fofo. But once again, my eyes are in this top lane matchup. The Jace has been flexed atop for Invincible, and Ala, like I said, he's been relegated to more of a tank role when it comes to the team identity now, and he's just trying to get past laning phase and focus on those 5v5s.
Yeah, we've got to return that conversation to the bottom side again as well, right? Where we've got Photic on the Zeri. This has certainly been one of the most successful champions for the team. They've got 3 games on the Zeri so far and 3 wins on the Zeri so far for NIP. But they're up against this Lucian army, and I feel like this laning phase, we've seen it go both ways in the LPL, because early on, the Yuumi and the Zeri can get serious work done against Lucian and Nami.
I feel like a huge role that will determine the spot lane 2v2 will definitely be the junglers, especially with Xiaolongbao on this Sejuani. She has to be there when a EDG goes for those bot lane dives, because of course you have the Lucian Nami, you want to be playing ahead and you want to be poking them down to the point where they are available with this Vi to just dive you and dive you repeatedly once those summoner spells have been burnt. But something that I've been noticing for NIP is that Xiaolongbao hasn't been able to play the best games because of how suffocating he's been feeling when Invincible and Pout aren't really showing to expectation.
Yeah, I feel like Xiaolongbao almost has the opposite problem to like junglers like Kanavi right now, where my big question for Kanavi in the league is, okay, you got 3 winning lanes every game, what do you do when you don't? Whereas for Xiaolongbao, it's like, okay, you've got 3 lanes that are, you know, not necessarily dominating in the same way. It's like, how can you get creative to get these laners ahead? How can you find your own advantages? There might be an advantage found in this bottom side as Mako taking some damage here, but looks like Photic will back away in the end.
Just getting some cheeky trading for that spell piece for both the support. But yeah, this Jace and Cassante matchup I think will be very interesting, because Jace is of course a very strong, aggressive laner, especially when you do get to those team fights when the items come online. But his weakness is those ganks, and if JDG decides to just camp Invincible in these early games, instead of the Lucian Army, I think Invincible might just suffer from that, because I'm expecting Xiaolongbao to specifically play towards Photic, because he's of course on the Zeri and he needs that protection as well.
Yeah, he'll certainly need some help scaling up towards the late game. Pout versus Fofo is another lane though, where we already mentioned Pout's laning, whether or not he's going to be able to pop off. Fofo is a player that historically was dominant in the lane phase. Like, one of the biggest criticisms towards Fofo over the years has not necessarily been his individual laning. Usually that's great, obviously not every game, but the issue has usually been how well does he play with the team. And I feel like when you've got a Sejuani on your side, when you've got the Vi on your side that wants to be proactive and wants to be scrapping, you need to be ready to jump in with the team. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that across the course of the day.
Yeah, I do like EDG's overall team identity. Very aggressive, very straightforward. You press the ultimate, you go in, and you just try and execute someone from that first initial combo. But the scary thing about EDG's team comp is that once you pull the trigger, and let's say you opt into a bad fight, well, that's pretty much it.
I'm loving this camera angle. We can see both jungle paths while the bot laners are duking it out, and some serious damage going either way in this bottom lane. Looks like Photic and Duo winning out so far, but both bottom lanes have sustained. But Xiaolongbao, a fast route into this bottom side, as JJ starting his red buff. Xiaolongbao wants to find him here, has spotted the player out, waiting for the health bar to be low. JJ has smite. Xiaolongbao doesn't have his available. He's gonna have to go for a kill instead. There's the red buff low here. He's trying to get it without the smite.
Didn't steal it.
JJ just dashes away. I like the idea from Xiaolongbao, but now he's caught in a really awkward spot. Fofo just gonna move in, start to hammer away, but realizes that that's Sejuani's tanky.
Very, very tanky. I think he's just gonna take the Raptors right in front of JJ's face. Unless you do try to... Oh, the smite does come out. I believe it went to Xiaolongbao. But yeah, Sejuani on this in these games, I think if you're not doing those level 3 invades when you have the red buff available, you're not playing Sejuani correctly. And it's something that we've been seeing across the entire world, where Sejuani is just playing extremely aggressive. And usually you either burn a flash or you do end up executing the enemy jungler at their own red buff.
Yeah, and on top of it as well, it pulls Fofo away from that mid lane, right? So it means that Pout gets a little bit of time to push that wave in, get the wave in whatever position he wants it to move forward in the lane phase. Both junglers in the bottom side here. Shalabao already getting that scuttle crab. He's going to move into the tri-brush. He's going to find a buy over the wall. But Photic can leap into the play and grab himself first blood.
Sejuani is just such an impressive jungler, especially when you have a Zeri that can jump over the wall and cheat the tempo. JJ obviously didn't expect that and have Photic come right up and collect that kill, but first blood does go over to Photic once again, especially also with a red buff when trading is extremely important in this lane. Although Photic already burnt the barrier, I think that he will do just fine collecting this red buff, but a scaling champion with a first blood going towards NIP, very, very scary things for the side of EDG.
Yeah. And I will say, the wins we've seen from NIP have pretty much all been off of the back of Photic getting an early lead on Zeri. Like, this is the dream scenario for NIP. This is the situation where they've managed to find their wins. So a really, really good start if you're an NIP fan. Up in the top side, though, Ala trying to stall for the 2v1. Invincible can't quite close the gap here. And it looks like he might... Oh, no! Over-aggression from Ala. And Invincible shuts him down.
Invincibles have been having such an amazing performance for this week. He has been getting solo kills, especially in these 1v2 situations. I respect that JJ was trying to find those angles to help out Ala in this laning phase, but Invincible just outplays once again, and especially on a champion like Jace, once you get those early leads, items come online, and these teamfights are going to be very hard for EDG. Honestly, NIP has been playing extremely great. I think still you do have the buy available for those later teamfights. But Invincible was just trying to get his wave in. Ala, of course, engages in this instance. Already very chunked out from one combo out of Invincible. But Vi, although she lands everything, I just think Invincible played this team fight extremely well. Flashed to dodge the Q3 out of the Cassante and just executed him.
Yeah, I think the thundering blow coming out there from Invincible to get JJ away as Ala flashes in. So you end up... What Ala thinks he's opting into a 2v1. Actually ends up in a 1v1 and ends up going down. So really well played by Invincible to not only buy time, but buy himself a kill there. Now, massively ahead up in that top side. This lane ain't getting any easier for Ala.
Yeah, that was a perfect example of saying, call an ambulance, but not for me. And of course, Invincible picks up that kill once again. Although EDG does have the Vi on their composition, I think it'll be a lot easier to really shut down the Zeri in these teamfights, even if she does get ahead. But it really depends on how ahead JJ is able to recover from the first death.
Yeah, well, I asked about if Xiaolongbao could get his lanes ahead. So far, so good. Getting the bottom lane ahead. And he's not even needed for Invincible to get ahead. So certainly feeling good so far as Photic and Chuo trying to get some pressure down in this bottom side, trying to bait Leave and Mako into a fight so the junglers can join in. It's just going to be scrapping back and forth, though. They won't find the all-in they're looking for.
I'm pretty surprised. NIP is putting their sole focus onto the Zeri and Yuumi. Like I said, protect President Photic, right? But JJ has been... he hasn't been finding that success on both sides of the map, and I just feel like he's getting a little bit desperate with this Vi pick. I would just constantly just catch up on that XP, lock with that ultimate available, and just force plays from that.
Yeah, level 5 currently, and should be... So if he goes over towards that top side, towards his blue buff, waits for those camps to come back up, perhaps could get to that level 6. And like you say, get that lockdown. It's a combo that we've often seen up against Zeri specifically. We see this Vi locked in very happily to try and just shut this AD carry out. I'm not sure if this blue buff will quite get him level 6. He's just over halfway there.
Yeah, we do have both junglers in that top side prepping for the Herald. Leaver's level 6.
Yep, the culling gonna go a little bit wide though, unfortunately. Draw tank's about half of it, but Photic happy to just walk away. And that's a big opportunity for Leave and Mako that doesn't quite hit the mark for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if Xiaolongbao just consistently plays towards his bot lane.
Good exhaust comes out, Cleanse gonna answer. Again, I feel like both these bot lanes just sparring now for an all-in as Mako stuck on the side. One more hit will get the root and the flash from Photic to grab the kill. Leave dodges the laser, but will he survive? Because we might have a dive here. There are no minions left, but I don't think it matters. Xiaolongbao just twats him in the head with a flail.
You know what? At least JJ is getting that herald and he's getting something on the opposite side of the map because this Lucian and Nami is getting constantly camped by the Sejuani. I did really like the ultimate coming out of Drill. He really placed it perfectly, so when Mako even burnt the flash, the root still occurred, and it was just a really clean 2v2 coming out of NIP, especially with the tiny item advantage from that first blood earlier in the game. We do have EDG engaging first of all. The exhaust is really nice to stop the Lucian's initial combo. Cleanse of course burned, but Photic just hits 6 and starts killing everyone. Nami of course is still level 5, so she can't really use any CC to stop Photic from running straight forward. And Talonball just comes out with a really slick ultimate and secures the second kill. Also the dragon does go toward... Oh, the dragon is not yet picked up by NIP, but I think with this lead on the Zeri, it's looking like early dragons for NIP.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But I've been thinking that for about 5 minutes. They don't seem particularly interested so far. Photic in the area. A deep ward onto Raptors. Surely that will be the signal that they will finally go for this objective. Shalabao steps on forwards. They've got the damage there from the Zeri. As you can see, Leave trying to push this wave as fast as he can in the bottom side. Photic might have to head over towards his tower just to collect those minions. There's Ala and Invincible going at it once again. Ala perhaps with an opportunity goes for the all-out on the all-in, but Invincible just flashes away, keeps himself safe.
A little bit of trading we have in this top lane does force the flash out of Invincible, so the Vi does have a lot of more options to find on the map. But of course, Photic does not have that flash either from the earlier 2v2, so maybe EDG can slowly make it back into the game because I want to see some proactiveness coming out of JJ alongside Fofa. You have two really mobile champions on your composition, so I want to see these side lanes getting ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them get into scraps with the things like the Herald, for example. I mean, JJ already has that Herald, but next time around, I mean, I guess you have to scrap if NIP don't, but here we go. Final chapter across the team, trying to keep the Zeri alive. Photic still going at the back of the fight, and the health bar's low for EDG. They're all in, has timed out, and now their time is up. Photic with another.
Photic 3-0 at 11 minutes into the game. 0-5 overall being the scoreline towards NIP. This is looking so terrible for EDG because this Zeri is just getting online. I believe she has the Immortal Shield bows up very soon. But you never want to have a losing Lucian Nami lane, especially up against this Zeri. But unfortunately, that's just how the early game went. And JJ, although he attempted to gank bot lane twice, they just weren't successful.
And now we finally get to see that Drake taken that we've been waiting for all game long. Shalabao will be the one to grab that. As another wave will be pushed in by Photic in the bottom side. 2 plates, 3 kills, an assist. Like you say, Shieldbow should be ready in base, just waiting for the recall. I mean, it couldn't be going better for them down in the bottom side. EDG want to answer on the top side of the map though. Ala looking for a pull in onto Invincible. The Herald, just a quarter of its time left in JJ's pocket.
JJ is still not spotted on the ward just quite yet, but Invincible is level 10 and he's full health, so I'm wondering how this works for the side of EDG.
Yeah. No flash, surely they can get this one. The knockback means that they will secure this one. I think flash from Ala just to make sure it does finally happen, and Herald will be able to be placed. Ala will get a big influx of gold. Finally a positive for EDG.
They do pick up their first kill at 13 minutes in the game, and all the gold is going towards Ala. But my question is now, if all your resources are going towards the Cassante, can he truly shut down the bot lane of NIP, who already have their mythics online at this moment?
I mean, that's going to be the question, right? Can you take down Photic, especially when he's got the Yumi on his shoulder and a Sejuani to body block? First tower, though, taken. Very nicely done here by EDG to try and snowball. Shalabao waiting in the wings, wants to make a play, has his ultimate. JJ spots him. Ala, the target, knocked back, stunned him. Is he actually getting a solo kill against the enemy top laner? Shalabao having a hell of a game for himself.
Come on, you could have given that to Invincible. That was so close with the Jace Q coming in, but Xiaolongbao just felt like being a little greedy and took the kill himself But great things coming out of NIP, especially in this early game. I think Xiaolongba has had a really good presence around all sides of the map, especially helping out Invincible and also Photic, where Mythics are coming online. And I just think now that the Zeri has the Immortal Shield available, this Lucian and Akali isn't going to be able to ideally 100-0 your carry.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, especially with the shielding and then coming out from Yuumi. Like, I think people often underestimate the amount of shielding that Yuumi actually gives during a fight with that exhaust there as well. Plus, there's a barrier. Like, I mean, Photic's basically invincible at this point. You're absolutely right. I can't wait for that nerf to exist in competitive play. That's what I'm waiting for at this point. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Photic can be very difficult to shut down. And the awkward thing as well for EDG is they've got the item online, the Gale Force there for leave, but you kind of need the mandate as well. You kind of need that moment where Mako hits his mythic, and that's really when this duo comes alive.
Yeah, I mean, EDG's entire composition right now, we haven't seen a very huge lead coming out of Fofa. He is just up 10 CS in this matchup, but you are lacking a lot of damage, especially when all the gold did go towards Ala, where he went with the Frostfire Gauntlet. I guess he's a bit more tanky for the Zeri to slowly chip down in these team fights, but my eyes, of course, are on this Lucian and Akali to really win the fight for EDG.
Oh, Invincible starting to fight onto Ala here. As Pout TPs to the top side, it's going to be answered by TP from Fofo as well. Ala buying time as Invincible flashes out, Shock Blast goes in. Fofo dives into the play, but Xiaolongbao is there to body block, there to CC, and here comes Photic to sweep up a kill. It goes from bad to worse for EDG.
Oh no, you're playing Akali into Sejuani where she already has the Radiant Virtue available in these team fights. Just such a struggle to find these kills onto NIP, but at least the good thing is that EDG is able to take down their first tower in the game through this bottom lane. But the Herald does go towards NIP once again, where I just see EDG slowly bleeding with this early game team comp.
Yeah, I mean, that tower in the bottom side really doesn't even quite feel like a silver lining. It feels like a consolation prize at best for them, as they are losing everywhere else on the map. Mid lane tier 1, you got Pout pushing in the top side as well with the Herald in Xiaolongbao's pocket. Everything looking fantastic, and this is what we wanted from NIP, right? We wanted to see if they could start to look a little bit more cohesive. Well, Xiaolongbao, the leader of the troops right now.
Yeah, a lot of proactiveness coming out of NIP, just instantly playing towards Ala, who is overextended on this top lane tower. Fofa trying his dear heart to try and finish off Invincible, but he doesn't have enough damage. I believe that he only has an Oblivion Orb and blasting one at that point where he doesn't have a completed Mythic yet. So it's just very, very tough for the side of Fofo, and how is he going to really execute the carries when you're this behind in items?
Yeah, and you know, when you look at the total gold, EDG are not that far behind. They are definitely behind. It's 2,000 at 16 minutes, which is a reasonable lead. It's not as much as you would necessarily expect because of that first tower. Leave has been caught over the wall here. That's a Shock Blast. That's a final chapter, forcing the cleanse. Mako gets rooted. The tidal wave will stop the follow-up play.
God,
like I was
EDG
saying,
is getting so desperate.
Yeah, it feels like, yes, the overall team gold is relatively close, but look at where the gold is, right? Ala having tank items is basically all EDG have to talk about.
Yeah, also all the major objectives going over to NIP. But this TP is going to come out of Ala, where we see a 2v2 in this top lane.
Yeah, Pout trying to clear the wave. Find time for his teammate to arrive. Invincible's here. And EDG have to think twice about the play, backing off here. Looking towards Photic in the mid lane, who's perhaps being a little bit greedy here. 5 players from EDG moving towards the mid lane, but Photic steps away in time as Invincible moves down to catch the wave at the bottom side. So far, so good from NIP. This feels like a clean game, but that's really what we needed from NIP, right? Is not just a good early game, but looking good throughout the game. Nice, clean gameplay.
Yeah, I think NIP, their strength has always been this early game. But obviously their weakness is closing out those team fights or closing out the later game, because I think they just opt into really bad fights where they just get played into the enemy's hands. But in this instance, EDG isn't really being proactive or looking for those fights. So NIP is having a great time with this start, right? But looking at the side of EDG, I think with your composition, you have the Vi, you have the Akali, you really need these flanks in these team fights because you're not going to win a straight up 5v5.
No, absolutely not. I mean, it feels almost impossible at this stage. Even though, again, I can't believe how close the gold is between the two teams. And yet, it feels like NIP are so monstrously ahead because so much of that gold is in the pocket of Photic. And we know what Photic can do. Like, Photic was the centerpiece in previous years, back when they were Victory 5. Back on top esports as well, being able to show what he was capable of. This guy is an absolute hyper carry.
I think Photic is the most consistent player on NIP, especially on the starting roster. Invincible has had a really good showing in his recent games, but Photic has been that player throughout all these NIP games. And of course, the meta is very ADC focused, but even when NIP loses the early game or opts into these bad team fights, I don't think it's Photic's fault, and he's just been a standout player for the entire roster.
Yeah, he really has. There's Ala trying to get some Krugs, but there's a whole squad just waiting in the wings. Ala forced to flash. Will be denied those Krugs. Tower taken down in the bottom side, and potentially 2 here as the Herald dropped by Xiaolong Bao. 3-4 members strong on the side of NIP. There's no way Ala can defend this, so a nice fast tempo play coming out from NIP using that Herald effectively.
I think the only angle is if Ala goes for one of those crazy Cassante ults where he just chucks Photic into the arms of Leave and Fofo and he insta-dies.
Invincible gets his TP, gets his recall cancelled, but he still just walks away. Stuns across the team. Photic's now arriving as the final chapter across everybody. JJ, the target so far as the clash comes down. Photic steps way too deep in this one. The shield's coming up through. The healing is there. How is Photic alive right now? Fofo taken down as part of 2v1 on the backside, but it's a 2v1 he can win. And Photic with a Quadra.
Quadra starting out this first game series, and he is just absolutely unkillable with this little kitten on his shoulder, and also Sejuani constantly protecting him in these team fights. EDG just, they're looking very, very doomed in this game state. They aren't able to just shut down the carry of NIP, and these team fights are just looking so, so hard.
Yeah, I can't wait for Yumi nerfs. I really don't feel like Photic should have been able to survive that fight. Like, take a look at how low he gets and how many times he gets that low this time.
He has the Yumi passive available. He has the barrier available for Photic as well. He jumps into this fight and just starts DPSing the front line of EDG. But of course, you just can't get your hands onto Photic. Fofo tries for his dear life to really shut down this ADC, but the barrier, the Yumi heal, is just impossible to shut down. Even though you do have the Gillian orb on Fofo, the heal just isn't enough.
Yeah, it's just insane. It was a good flash on the bubble, I'll admit, but yeah, I really am not sure Photic should have been able to survive. And guess what? Now he has a stopwatch as well. 6,000 damage done in a 20-minute team fight. That is something else from Photic. Incredible play there. Good mechanics to dodge those skill shots. Keep yourself alive and get that DPS out. Now 8-0-2. I mean, what more could you possibly want at the 21-minute mark?
It is what it is, because we have Leave building the RFC as well for a second item on the solution.
Mako takes a chunk from a shock blast there. Xiaolong Bao completely invincible on the front line. And now everything blasting across. EDG might just be hit with a gold difference right here as Photic firing away. Goes quite deep, but it's not even lost HP here. Fofo trying to escape. The laser over the wall won't quite find its target, but a shock blast will. And now chasing the rest of the squad. TP from Ala abandons his bottom lane. But in the meantime, Photic is just starting to push the next waves.
Fofo just cannot play these team fights. I was just focused on him the entire fight, and he got instantly Silas chained. And of course, there's also a big Sejuani that's stopping you from getting access to that ADC. I just feel like if you're not looking for those flanks, or you have to look for a pick, these 5v5s are just so impossible.
Oh, cheeky little recall coming out there as Leave will be able to do exactly that. But not much you can do in this game. And like you say, Fofo just getting CC'd up like crazy. And this super short range composition out from EDG, when you fall behind like this, it becomes very difficult to have a sizable impact in the fights because you just can't get in.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, Leave has that RFC secondary on his item slot, but he just doesn't have enough damage to really shred through the tanks of the Sejuani and Silas.
All right, CC chain up in the top side. Pow in a 1v3. So far, he seems to be winning. Charlotte Bao steps on into CC. Everybody on the team up. And here comes Photic over the wall, lasers in. Actually, at numbers disadvantage. Invincible and Photic in a 2v3. The lightning crash comes out, and Photic still alive. Invincible bought so much time. It's another triple for another Zeri, and it's a Baron on top.
12-0 for Photic on this Zeri. I'm not going to be surprised if this champion gets taken off the board for that second game in this series, but of course that team fight went so terribly for the side of EDG. Photic just eat over the wall and he popped that sneaky stopwatch where JJ finally found the angle to get onto this ADC, and Fofo was just hard focusing down Photic in this team fight, but with that stopwatch available, he baited them all in and everything else was still alive, so they were just slowly getting focused down, and Photic comes out alive once again.
Yeah, Photic, that stopwatch paying dividends, right? Keeping him alive, like you say, and another triple kill, 12-0 and 2. I mean, at this point, Photic is just collecting clips for his montage. He's just collecting clips for his next YouTube video, because there's no universe in which NIP loses, right? I feel like this is a done deal at this stage, especially with Drake coming up in 3 minutes, and that would be Chemtech Sol for the side of NIP.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't see this game going this way. With the Vi and Lucian Nami on the side of EDG, these early objectives went towards NIP, especially when you have that Zeri and Yuumi. They just wanted 2v2, and the map state is like this now.
Yeah. You know, one of the questions we had coming in for EDG was, can JJ and Meiko lead the troops? You know, can they bring this new version of EDG into the limelight and make the magic happen? So far, not ideal here in game number 1, as JJ having a really hard early game. Great punishing coming out from NIP. There's a very deep teleport from Bofo. He's on a mission. He's so far away, though, and the rest of the squad is just going to get engaged upon. The TP is too deep, and NIP punish handily. Pow! Can't quite connect onto leave for the bonus kill, but Photic can. A lightning clash on top of everything else. There's a kill for Invincible as Photic gets another triple. This is just multi-kill after multi-kill, and I think that might just be game.
Fofo goes for the long flank with that pink ward available in the tri-bush of bottom lane, but I think it was 10 minutes too late for EDG, and this first game is going to go towards NIP, and a 15-0 Zeri. Photic is going to be very happy.
Yeah, Fofo just TPs to Narnia, abandons the situation, gets out of there. A phenomenal game number 1 here from NIP. What an early game coming out from Xiaolong Bao. Like, I think he, you know, Photic got a lot of these kills. Photic is definitely the guy that got a lot of screen time here. But Xiaolong Bao was the one setting all of that up, right? This Sejuani in the early game was beautiful.
Xiaolong Bao is definitely the orchestrator of why NIP was able to get so ahead in that Zeri-Yuumi matchup. We did see JJ getting shut down quite a lot in the early game, especially with 2 of the ganks, I believe 1 in bot, 1 in top null, going EDG's way, and that just affected the entire map state of EDG, where they weren't able to pick up a single objective, or at least any of the important objectives, and slowly fell into this loss.
Yeah, it did feel like you say, like a slow decline into that loss for EDG, where each little play found a small advantage for NIP. And like we were talking about, at sort of the 20-minute mark, they were only about 2,000 gold ahead. But the thing is that entire lead was in the Zeri, and it was almost deceptive, right? Because Allah had a lead up in that top side from all of the plays. So the gold looked a lot closer than it actually realistically was, because Zeri must have been like 3 or 4k ahead individually down at that bottom side. It was sort of disgusting. And then, I mean, the late game, there's not a lot to say about the late game.
There is not a lot to say about the late game. It was just a Photic montage when we got to the 15-minute mark. But obviously, the first Herald did go towards Arlo, where he was able to pick up those early plates. But when you do have the Lucian Nami that is supposed to act as that gateway into the late game to really serve as a better time in that early game, and they're behind, well, they're not going to find any angles to come back into the game. And Cassante, with his tank items, he can't really get his hands onto a Zeri who has 2 security guards next to him.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like you say, just absolute bouncers on the side of NIP, blocking entry for Aleph, for Fofo as well in those fights. Like Charlotte Bao just sitting on Fofo pretty much during the team fights, not letting him do anything whatsoever. So really, really great play coming out from NIP. Invincible actually doing a ton of damage as well. Obviously, during the lane phase, you can get a lot harassed down, but those shock blasts really starting to hit later on in the game. So phenomenal game. Honestly, across the board, I feel like I've just nothing but good things to say for NIP, which is, you know, a breath of fresh air after the schedule that they've had.
Yeah, Xiaolongbao definitely stepping up, and for the first time we have two very stable performances coming out of the solo laners of NIP, and of course Photic, without the stress of the other side of the map exploding, he was able to just take the game and become insane with the 15-0 scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, coming into today, I personally thought EDG might be a favorite in this series, but NIP, game number one, absolutely dismantled their opponents. We'll see, though, if that was a draft diff or if there's more to come in this series. Only time will tell. We'll jump into a break, and then we'll find out right after.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hung, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
The play from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible blasted over the wall. It's chaos, but Rookie has found the back line. So has Invincible. Who's gonna carry
Photic died.
And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
Beishwan has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The ultimate Guillotine comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte Bao there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce. Going down, jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganavi to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
Wisdom this way. ピンヒーローで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪も快 がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
这个赛季的决心，希望能打得比上一季好吧，然后弥补一下自己的不足，尽量去表现一些新鲜的东西，希望自己能做到独当一面的一个选手吧。现在还不行。
Yeah, Shalabah wants to be the player that can carry the game himself, but the coach keeps drafting him Sejuani. So individual solo carry, maybe not, but hey, an amazing early game from him. So I take this one as an absolute win.
Yeah, he has been relegated to Maokai Sejuani duty for the past few games. But of course, Maokai does have that carry potential when you do build the Demonic Embrace. I believe he has top damage sometimes. And of course, his influence in that early game on that Sejuani was the entire reason why they got the first win.
Absolutely. Fantastic game from Xiaolao Bao. But the guy to grab the MVP, I think we all already know it was going to be Fotig. He was, what, like 3-4 triple kills in this game? A quadruple kill as well. Just multi-kills galore. If there's any player in the world that could show you the sheer power behind this pick, it's Fotig.
I mean, even NIP's uniform or their jersey really shows the color scheme of Zeri. This champion is just Photic's champion when it comes to these LPL games. But of course, we see the first blood that was picked up by Photic from JDG by mispositioning, and they just forced 2v2s in this bottom lane when they had that tiny item advantage, and this just snowballed into such a big lead for NIP in these team fights.
Yeah, phenomenal. And like, the fact that Xiaolong Bao is in the area to then go for the follow-up dive and just finish that one off. This clip, I think, was particularly egregious where Photic just gets everyone jumping onto him, but somehow manages to survive. This was the turning point. If they get Photic there, the rest of the game could look very different, but they didn't. They didn't manage to take down the raid boss.
They didn't cut through the barrier. Yuumi shield, Yuumi heals, exhaust heal as well coming out of the Yuumi. Just ban Yuumi or Zeri for the second game, and I think we're good.
Yeah, I think that is. I think that's the only way forwards. And again, NIP 100% win rate on Zeri so far. 4 games out of 4 now for Photic. I feel like you say, ban that Yuumi, get it out of the picture. We don't want to deal with that, and then maybe EDG can set up for a better early game. The big question as well, I think, is going to be how this jungle matchup goes in game number 2, because it definitely felt like Xiaolong Bao, you know, you mentioned it on the Sejuani, very aggressive early invades. It's definitely the way you want to play this matchup, but it didn't feel like the solo lanes were necessarily on the same page for EDG, where you had Xiaolong Bao having that backup, like knowing that he was safe to go for these invades. Didn't feel like EDG had the same level of team play there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what you expect out of a Sejuani nowadays. That level 3 invade at Raptors and your own red buff, especially with the Sejuani starting on the opposite side. Mid laners should be prepared for that, and we did see Fofo come in very late, but Xiaolong Bao still managed to secure the Raptor camp and just show his entire presence on that bottom side camp.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, and that was what started the snowball for him and the rest of the team. Invincible as well. Quick shout out on that early game play that we saw where he was 2v1, thundering blow, flash away 1v1's Allah. Like really nice stuff on the Jace. Good to see the Jace headed up towards that top side. Invincible showing once again that he is very much a carry player. Like back in 2021, I remember he was a lot on the kind of Gnar and Ekton duty, like a lot of top laners in the LPL, a lot of Aatrox in there as well. Felt like Invincible was this kind of just frontline player essentially. This year, I feel like we're really starting to see carry Invincible come back, and I'm liking every second of it.
Yeah, he is really stepping up with those champions, like you said. But I think bringing it back to game 1, the main focus was that jungle, and JDG had a really good idea of how to play the game. The execution just wasn't there, though. We saw him going for those attempts in bottom and top, but it just ended up being a death for the side of EDG. So JDG really has to pick up his game for the second match of the series before they go out in a 0-2 manner.
Yeah, and I will mention, you say the 0-2. So far, EDG have only won 2-0 or lost 0-2. They have not gone to 3 games a single time just yet. So, you know, a trend is not necessarily, you know, correlation doesn't equal causation. But we'll have to see if they can come back here for game number 2 of the series. We're into draft, though, as it is going to be that Jax banned away once again. We're sticking to similar drafts as NIP. Stay on this red side. And like you say, Zeri, open and available. This time EDG not letting it go over.
Yep, the Vi is still available for NIP, which is an extremely good counter to the Zeri, so that does just get picked. It is going to be another Resonant Sleeper bot lane, unfortunately, because Lucian Army is still up and available, which NIP is going to look on this 2 and 3. But yeah, I mean, Leave is also a very aggressive jungle ADC when it comes to the Zeri, so it really just matters on how they go through the early game to reach that late game.
All right, it's going to be the Nami locked in, which will be that Lucian, you'd assume, alongside it from Photic. There's the Yuumi. So kind of just swapping bottom lane, same junglers though. So a bit of a different look in the early phase, and then we go towards the solo lanes once again. I will just quickly mention for Photic, I've been talking a lot about his Zeri. Leave 100% win rate on the Zeri as well. A lot of players 100% win rate on the Zeri actually. But for Photic, he's got 4 wins on the Zeri out of 4. But he's got 4 games on Silver, 1 game on Kato, 1 game on Lucian, all of them losses. So far, NIP in the LPL They win if they have Zeri, they lose if they do not. So they need to prove that they have other tools in their toolshed this game.
Definitely a very comfort pick for Photic, but we're gonna just see the same bans in this top lane, getting rid of all of those aggressive top laners that Invincible might be able to pick out. The Fiora does get banned off, which does make K'Sante have a much better time into this blind matchup, which is still up on the table. But with the Sejuani going towards NIP, I'm just looking for another strong top and mid laner, which are melee and will work very well synergizing with the Sejuani.
I'm curious if EDG will ban away the Jace here. No, going with the Cassidon once again. So you could go with the Jace for the top side for Invincible, like we saw in the previous game. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? It looked fantastic in the previous game. Why not? Why on earth not?
Yeah, why not? I mean, the Jace just gets locked in once again. I just think that Sejuani is such a valuable pick when it does come to these two junglers, because we've seen how oppressive she is when it does get to that level 3, and she just consistently invades the enemy jungle. But we need to have a very strong mid jungle duo coming out of EDG this time around, so they can force not Invincible, Xiaolongbao out of their own territory.
Yeah, try and fight for, like you say, the territory. I think that's a great word for it. Just fighting for every inch of ground that they can, not letting NIP aggress quite in the same way. Dekali for Fofo once again, so we very likely see the same solo lane matchups here with the Sylas available. But EDG, do they want to go for the K'Sante? So far, it doesn't feel like it based on the hovers, but they feel undecided.
Oh, the sign does get hovered for the side of EDG. It's gonna look like a lock-in for Ala. Like I said, he has been playing a lot of these tank champions in top lane, Sion being one of them. And I think Sion's a really interesting champion when it comes to the current meta, because he can influence the other lanes relatively easily. He just ults down, gets a kill, and he TPs back up by cheating that tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty incredible stuff that we've seen so far. And in major leagues, he's 6-2, Sion specifically. Like, it's been a very, very effective pick in the right situation. So we'll see if Invincible is able to punish that. But the Sylas does come through in that mid lane for Pout once again. Definitely feels like a comfort pick for Pout. Then again, he is consistently picking it as an answer into the Akali. So whether it's a comfort or whether it's just the situation he's consistently in, we'll have to find out over the course of the next few weeks. But still, very similar composition coming out here from the side of NIP, and a slightly different answer on the side of EDG.
Yeah, a similar comp coming out of both teams once again, but I think EDG, they decided to double down and try this composition once again, which is the aggressive mid, top, and jungle. But this time, maybe they need to just focus on the execution. And I was lacking Fofo's presence on this map, where he wasn't really in these team fights or really affecting the bottom lane, specifically trying to get Lucian and Nami ahead.
Yeah, it didn't feel like he had much impact in the previous one. And now that you've got a Sion on the top side instead of K'Sante, I feel like you're going to have even more impact. Eyes on Fofo. This time around, though, Leave and Mako, they've got the hyper carry in the bottom side. So if a lead comes out early on, it'll be tough for NIP. But Photic and Dwo, we'll see if they can utilize this Lucian Nami combo better than what we saw from Leave and Mako in game number 1. Because, like you say, they are meant to have more presence in that bottom side than what we really saw.
Is JJ going to try and look for a very sneaky burn of the flash, or is he just placing ward? It's just a little ward just to have that extra lane priority for Arlo when it comes to this melee versus range matchup. I do want to see some freaky things from Sion. He has been known as that champion that really just goes into your own jungle and starts smacking you, and you are unable to finish your buff, but that's something that we will have to wait for.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to find something there. Xiaolongbao getting a little cheeky with it. This is very late to be moving into a lane, but there is a ward. So, unfortunately, all they'll find is that ward. Xiaolongbao moves back into his own jungle. But some information given there. EDG will know now that Xiaolongbao is starting on his top side.
I mean, I think people underestimate how much one ward gives in the early game. That does mean Invincible will be hitting level 2 from the first wave straight away. So the trading is going to be extremely dangerous when it comes to this Jace and Sion matchup. And if Ala doesn't really respect this level 2 spike from Invincible, then his health is going to be an exchange for that. And Xiaolongbao can just continuously look through these lanes and look for those dives.
Bit of a trade 2v2 here. But I feel like this is the story of this matchup, right? You consistently will see the back and forth because both of them have that sustain. So you want to be trying to trade health regularly so you can utilize that part of your toolkit. Joel being really aggressive here, and Photic and Joel does feel like they're getting the best of some of these trades in the early stages of the laning phase. However, Seri versus Lucian in the LPL, very one-sided by the looks of things.
Yeah. Leave does hit level 2 straight away, so they will go in for a sneaky trade. But there has been a change up in the second game where the Lucian takes Ignite this time around. I believe last game the Lucian on Leave took Cleanse where they had too much CC to deal with, so he had to take the Cleanse for those team fights. But with the Lucian having Ignite available for this game specifically, that does cut down a lot of the healing.
Yeah, Chiche is here in the late. Photic just about surviving. Juo low on HP as well. Are we going to see a dive here? The wave could be crashed. Xiaolongbao, the hero of the moment, moves into the tri-rush, sees JJ, forces him away, and might just find himself a 1v1. Stun comes on out, good bit of damage. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
If I was Xiaolongbao there, I would have just went for the kill, and that's a characteristic of Xiaolongbao where he isn't willing to flash forward and really get the kill, commit to the execution. But I would have loved to see Xiaolongbao just ego it and kill JJ on the spot.
I'd love to see it as well. And Xiaolongbao said in that interview, he wants to be the kind of jungler that can solo carry. If you want to solo carry, you've got to be willing to go for those kinds of kills. But obviously feeling like his bottom lane couldn't support, didn't want to overextend and give the enemy Zeri a kill, which that logic I can get behind. Zeri is just too terrifying to let them have a lead for free.
We do have two sneaky wards spotting out both the junglers in this river, but Invincible is so overpushed in this lane, he has no mana. So if JJ looks for a kill on this, I believe Invincible might be in danger.
Ala almost getting a kill there himself. Photic low on HP. Leave manages to find himself first blood. Very well played. Bubble dodged by Mako. Xiaolongbao gets just a little bit more damage in there. It's a 1-for-1, but Photic not grabbing his kill and Leave getting that 400 gold. It looks pretty good for EDG.
I'm not too sure if it was Leave outplaying the 2v3 or NIP just failing on the execution, because in reality, I don't see how Lucian dies in that 2v3 because you do have all the summoners available. So we'll have another look at what happened in this bottom lane. So Xiaolongbao does go for a sneaky flank from the tri-bush. The heal does get burnt, and Zeri is out of mana currently, but he uses the bush to perfectly dodge the vision, where Lucian wasn't able to really trade any orders onto the Zeri, and she was able to pick up a very lucky 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, Photic fumbling that one a little bit, it has to be said, but still, great little bit of gold for Leaf. That 400 certainly going to make an impact in this bottom lane. And Xiaolongbao, we'll see if he continues to focus on the bottom side. We've seen him down towards that bottom lane a lot so far this game. We saw the exact same thing in game number 1 of the series. But JJ, we'll see if he's able to impact these lanes. That was the big thing that was lacking for EDG in game number 1. Xiaolongbao showing no signs of stopping when it comes to just getting into these lanes, having that impact. Knock up on cooldown for Ala. Flash available, used immediately.
The stun
gonna come out there. The shock blast. Everybody charging on in. Surely the thundering blows there. They don't have the damage.
So close yet so far. They were just lacking that tiny bit of damage. The Sion has 2 cloth armor, so Invincible just wasn't able to pump out that last bit of auto attacks and finish Ala off. That does mean the first Drake does go towards EDG because Xiaolongbao just spent way too much time committing to that top lane kill. Really well played from Ala, and I can see EDG having much better early game in this game too.
Yeah, definitely feels better for the start of things. And EDG willing to go for that Drake before the 12-minute mark. So that's going to be a positive. Fofo in the mist here, buying time as the rest of the team moving in. Leave charges over the wall. I was wondering if that was a little too overzealous there, but NIP will just back away. They'll respect it for now.
I mean, respect to Leave trying to gank the mid laner as a Zeri because his wave was pushed in after that dragon being taken for the side of EDG. Just being very proactive, which is something that we don't see from a lot of ADC specifically. It's always the supports and the jungles linking up. But look at the amount of movement that we get to see from NIP. I just love the synergy between Pao and Xiaolongbao where they're able to clear the vision together and just stop JJ from invading into the enemy jungle.
Yeah. Feels like, so far, very even. The fact that the one thing that separates, right, is Zeri having a kill, which is always like... I mean, you were talking about a player getting PTSD. I get PTSD. Just looking at Zeri's getting ahead. It is something else. But this time, mid lane, very, very even. We talked about wanting to see Fofo being a part of the play as well. He bought a lot of time for his team to move in towards the mid lane there. It does feel like he's on the same page as JJ this time around.
We do have a bit of action going on in this mid lane with the heal cut available for Fofo, but I want to highlight we have 3 heal cut items or grievous wound items for the top, mid, and jungle of EDG. That's way too much heal cut for just stopping the Sylas and Sejuani building that Radiant Virtue. I feel like for Fofo, I know you're laning up against the Sylas, but you're solo AP, and once Sejuani gets her items online, you're not going to really be able to do any damage to her. Bit excessive on that.
Yeah, definitely. I will say for JJ, at least, like, it builds into a core item that we see most Vi's building, right? So, on his side, I think forgivable, but I agree. Fofo, you have that Oblivion Orb. Perhaps not needed, but still wanting to have that healing reduction for lane, I suppose. As Alan moves back on up, getting control of these rushes. Invincible doing a really good job of finding himself an individual lead up in this top side, though. Pretty significantly ahead in CS. About 10 CS lead currently in his favor once he clears up that wave.
Invincible does have the wave at a very good spot, so if Xiaolongbao wants to look for a gank, which does pops the Sion ultimate because he sensed the Sejuani from a mile away.
Leave actually, yeah, Mako using the summoner spell there, getting the heal off.
Bit of trading going on in this bottom lane. JJ finally hits level 6, so we might see some more action or even tower dives linking up with Fofo this time around. And this Zeri might become a huge problem once again.
Yeah, Leave getting a ton of gold injected into the back pocket there. As Photic and Draw have to respect the potential of the dive. JJ on their wolves currently. They're going to move back in to try and clear this wave. Should be able to do so. I don't think Xiaolongbao can go for a dive just yet. JJ, sorry. But Fofo's moving over. This is what we wanted. Fofo getting involved in the team plays. But Photic and Dwarf, nothing but respect in this bottom side. They back off completely. And in the meantime, Xiaolongbao going for that Herald.
Yeah, I love this trade from NIP, right? Because this Herald, although the Zeri is picking up the tower plays for the side of EDG, this Herald is going to go into one of these solo laners, either the Sylas or Jace. I would like to see it go towards the Jace because he is that carry champion in the matchup where he is able to poke down Zeri before she pops off in these team fights. Although with the Yuumi, I'm sure that Invincible has his ways to find those kills.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, like you already, because of the changes to Herald, you already actually get a bunch of gold going towards the Jace, right? He gets that 200 for helping take the Herald down in the first place. So already a bit of an injection there. 20 CS lead right now for Invincible. And like you say, if Xiaolongbao does opt to drop that Herald in the top side and get some plates into Invincible's pocket. Invincible did a great job on the damage chart last game. I'd love to see a little bit more of that. I'm well and truly on board the Invincible hype train.
Xiaolongbao will get spotted on a ward in this bottom lane, but I assume we're gonna see a 3v3. And the Vi has that ultimate available, so if Photic isn't careful here...
Yeah, could be in trouble. At least they've got vision. They know what's going on here. JJ happy to go one-on-one with Xiaolongbao now, though. Now he's level 6. Now he's got a bit of damage behind him and knew that Fofo was on the way. But looks like Photic will be able to just clear this wave. No pressure of a dive this time around.
I can also see Xiaolongbao trying to drop the Herald for this Lucian just to make up for that little bit of gold, since your Lucian is that carry of the early game, or at least these mid-game skirmishes, where that Gale Force is an important spike for both the Nami Lucian champions as a combo.
Yeah, Pao gonna have to clear this wave, which means presence in that bottom river should belong to EDG. One-on-one in the top side. Ala chaining those stuns together, but can't finish the job. Shock Blast. Ala low on HP. The shield is there, waiting for another Shock Blast as the acceleration gate comes through, but cooldowns aren't there. Invincible can't quite finish the kill. Both so exceptionally low.
Will NIP really take this kill? He doesn't steal it.
Shalabao trying to get in for the Drake, but he's just low on HP. Instead, JJ flashes out as Shalabao to go down. Now the fight continues as Leave stacking up, getting these kills for himself. Photic over the walls. Fofo chases it. Pau has to try and turn it around, but Fofo with a double kill already, and Pau has to run for the hills.
Fofo had such an amazing team fight with the Yuumi attached to him. He was just popping off and smacking people left and right, where Lucian wasn't really able to toss out the damage in these team fights. He has that Ignite, which is an oppressive summoner spell, but he has no peel up against this Akali unless the Sejuani and Nami plays for the peel. Fofo is looking so active in this game. I really like this change.
Invincible trying to get damage onto Ala, but Fofo's here. You said you wanted to see more from Fofo. We see a great team fight, and now we see a great gank towards that top side. The knock-up is there. Fofo, oh, he can't finish the job. He overestimated his damage. Low on HP, but he will walk away just about 301.
You're telling me he picked up 2 kills from bottom lane, walks top, and picks up a 3rd kill into this Akali's pocket? Well, he's completely online now with the Riftmaker coming in very, very soon when he does reset. They're going to pop the Herald 4 Pout just to really get the Silas and his Roa online, but this Akali is going to be so strong when it comes to these early objective fights. Xiaolongbao does go for the early I guess steal on this dragon. Doesn't work out too well, but look at Fofo. He just has his killer instinct and just smiting everyone with his ability, especially with the Yuumi available. Everyone's just melting around him.
That's really nice from EDG as well. Leave using that Ultra Shock Laser to zone the rest of NIP away as Xiaolongbao moves in to try and get the Dragon Steel. So it ends up being Xiaolongbao just pretty much 1v4 at the start of the fight. So really well played by EDG. And this is a bit more like it, right? From such a storied organization that you still have your kind of supportive core in Mako and JJ to lead the team. And now it feels like the laners starting to get on the same page here today. Fofo popping off in the fights. Leave having that Zarya able to really get himself a lead down in the bottom side. It's all looking good for EDG and on a composition that scales exceptionally.
Yeah, I feel like this is the real Fofo coming out for game 2. This is his potential on the Akali. Although he was silenced in that early game due to the how much gold they were lacking in the early game, I feel like now that EDG has been putting Ala onto these tanks, Fofo really needs to step up as that core element and the damage of EDG's team comp while the Zeri safely scales into that late game.
Yeah, and Fofo, a player that, you know, has had an up and down history, right? You know, back when he was in the LMS, managing to make it to the World Championship, managing to dominate that region. But since coming to the LPL, he had that 1 year where he almost makes it to the World Championship on RA. That was this insane year for him and for Lien, like popping off together, but didn't quite make it there. And ever since, it's not quite felt that he's been as lane dominant, and like we talked about before, often issues of how well he plays with the rest of the team. Does feel like this roster with JJ and Mako as kind of the supportive gang, with Leave, this superstar LDL AD carry coming in, Ala and Fofo, both players with these past some very high highs and very low lows. Just feel like if they could build that consistency, this can be a roster that EDG can be proud of.
Yeah, EDG is definitely settling on a very stable team identity when it comes to these carries, with Leave and Fofo being the main stars of the team roster. And just with all this gold, especially going towards Fofo on this Akali, if we look at the peel of NIP, if they don't play these fights specifically well to stop and shut down Fofo, this Lucian's in danger.
Yeah, Ala could be the one in danger for the time being, though. There's the knockup going to come through onto Invincible, who's doing his best to look juicy. Half of his HP gone now. There's Xiaolongbao over the wall. There's the CC chain we're looking for. He does not get to move. Xiaolongbao perfectly chaining that CC.
Xiaolongbao is switching up his game plan. Bowling wasn't working out. This Lucian Nami getting constantly camped So why not just play towards Invincible? He's been having amazing games on the Jace, on the Fiora, and the Jax. So he has the potential to carry, and that's exactly what I want to see from NIP. Switch up the game plan and play towards the second carry of the team.
Oh no, the acceleration gate is not enough for Invincible to escape from this one. Good bit of damage, but Thundering Blow might just save him. Flash wasn't available. It is seconds away from coming up. Photic and Xiaolongbao waiting in the brush, looking for the play. Onto JJ. Final chapter, though, will disengage alongside a Flash.
That was pretty unfortunate for Invincible. He was just trying to get some greedy gold from that tower, but I believe Xiaolongbao just left when the kill was executed, trying to set up for that early dragon vision control. But very good pick from JJ and Mako, and I just think this cat is so annoying, enabling every single champion on the side of EDG.
Yeah, can't disagree with you there. As Xiaolongbao actually got that Gromp? Was that his little pet wolf that got that?
I think so.
I'm not even sure. I think it might have been. Managed to get it either way. So nice little thumbs up coming out from him. Some deep vision taken by NIP as EDG get their second Drake on the... Oh no, that's their third Drake, sorry, on the board already. Just 17 minutes in. They're looking towards Soul at 22 minutes.
And I must highlight that this is a Mountain Soul while you have the Vi and Sion on the side of EDG. This Lucian, if he doesn't pick up any more kills or he's gonna just keep falling behind compared to the Zeri, then you're gonna have your eyes on Invincible and really have him to poke down the enemy team before they engage a 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of the Soul, just that one Mountain Drake alone, just so much for Allah because of the amount of armor that he's already collecting. Like, the percentage bonus is just insane. NIP, it does feel like they're starting to lose control of this game, right? Where 4,000 gold down, 3 Drakes down. We need to see something. And again, like the Lucian army really not working out against the Zeri.
Yeah, I feel like in these games where you don't have an answer or you won't win lane up against the Zeri, because that's your whole purpose as the Lucian and Army. You are a strong 2v2 bot lane duo, but once you're not picking up those kills early on in the game, getting those items online, then this Zeri is just going to free scale, and that's kind of what we're seeing right here, where even the Yumi's working towards that Mikhail's, and the Sejuani's not going to have an option to engage onto the Zeri.
Yeah, feels really tough. Feels extremely tough for the side of NIP moving forwards in this game. It's not over just yet, but it is a sizable lead for EDG. And I'm glad we do get to see a good game from EDG. You know, I kind of jokingly mentioned that EDG either 2-0 or get 0-2'd. I was a little nervous that that was going to happen again after game number 1, after how dominant NIP looked in game number 1. So I'm glad to see something coming out from EDG. Because like I said, this is a team with a lot of potential. And it breaks my heart to see teams that have this kind of potential flop, but we see it all the time in the LPL.
Yeah, 2 world champions of Mako and JDG, and I think their synergy this game has been picked up from game 1, but we're gonna look for a pick here.
Now, Pout, the target, does get knocked away, but look at this CC chain. I mean, he doesn't get to move. Xiaolongbao trying to protect his player, and in comes Invincible as well. NIP responding here. Jordan taking a lot of damage from Leave, who is stacking up this entire time. Pout low on HP, flash stunned by Allah. And the culling gonna do nothing of the sort.
The Lucian was just zoned off that entire play, and the rest of the team, while Invincible, he TP'd into the middle of EDG, and he just had to instantly flash out due to the mispositioning, and it just feels like NIP, no damage, especially with the Silas going towards this Roa and Zhonya's build. They're getting very, very desperate.
Yes, they are, and here's a flank from Fofo. Joel the targets, he flashes over the wall, taken out easily with a perfect execution. And Leave says, we're the better bot lane. Kicks Photic away from the play. Back to the Baron go EDG. 20-minute dominance from these LPL veterans, but a TP coming on through. Xiaolongbao trying to make his way over, but the Baron's already gone. Pout here, can they find a consolation prize? It doesn't even look like they'll get a kill.
Fofo on this Akali is just way too oppressive in these team fights, especially with the Yumi attached. Well, he's pretty much invincible, being the joke that enemy team has the guy named Invincible. He's dying though, and especially with this pick going towards the side of EDG. Although Pout doesn't die instantly, but Xiaolongbao uses everything to just try and save Pout. And look at this mispositioning from Invincible. He just tries his life to just live in this team fight. Lucian not even being able to just go in and DPS because he's just way too short ranged up against this Akali and sound zoning him off.
Fofo moving down to the bottom side now as Pout in big trouble. I mean, the whole gang's here. The whole squad moving down.
Again.
There's not a lot Pout can do about that one. Overextending at the bottom side. Punished instantly. Drake is up in 50 seconds. That will be sold for EDG. If they even need it, they might end before that, honestly, because they look terrified. And they're going for a dive in the mid lane. Look at the health bars drop from NIP. EDG are making a statement.
You have the force from the Sound ultimate, you have the force from the Vi, and Fofo acting like a crazy man with this Yuumi alongside him. They just have so much freedom to opt into the most best fights that they can find into these games. And of course, the Dragon also spawning in 20 seconds. I don't think NIP has another angle to find or come back into this game.
Now, the recall's coming out across the board here for EDG, and they'll make a beeline towards that Drake. You see Ala and Mako going to stick around just to make sure that, in fact, the recalls got cancelled across the board from EDG. I think realizing that they might have given up too much tempo there and could end up losing their soul. Xiaolong Bao, the target already chunked out like crazy from Fofo, and Ala just completely blocking this river choke. NIP realizing it's now or never. They have to fight for this soul, but it's too late. Never is the option that they choose.
Xiaolong Bao is just not on his A game for this game too. He's too scared to go in, but in these instances where the Mountain Soul is at stake and you're not going for that flip, I suppose, with the smite available, well, you're just gonna have a Mountain Soul on that side, on that Vi, and this Silas and Lucian just isn't going to be able to deal with it. Although Invincible is playing that poke champion, he isn't finding these angles to really poke prior to a team by being engaged. Because EDG knows this, and that is NIP's win con in these team fights, but EDG just goes for it and pulls the trigger on those ultimates.
Yeah. Feels terrifying in these later fights as well when you don't have the buy on your side and you're up against a Fed Zeri. Like, hang on, NIP, a classic Fnatic Death Brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more Fofo in the middle of everyone? The lightning glass, oh my days, it's already over. NIP obliterated. They go for a death brush, but it causes their own demise. It's Tokyo Drift in the top side from Ala. Leave trying to clear the wave as Pout desperately huddling underneath the tower.
Munchables, I blinked, and the 3 items area just ease in and kills everyone alongside Fofo's Akali. This is just such a successful game for the side of EDG, where their carries got ahead in that early game through those early game skirmishes, and they close out the game having all the objectives.
Yeah, this was brutal. A 24-minute win here for EDG as the Nexus will fall, and NIP kind of get a taste of their own medicine, it has to be said. I feel like both teams winning in a very similar fashion in their games. What that means for game number 3, I have no idea.
Well, what I'm expecting out of game number 3 is whichever team that doesn't have blue side should be banning the Zeri. We see that every time you have that advantage of having the first pick, the Zeri's just going over. They don't even care that the Vi is available and you can lock it in for the enemy team. Just go for it. We're just going to get ahead in that early game and we're going to dominate you anyways.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the Zeri right now, when you've got Yuumi available as well, just feels like you win the late game and you win the early game, which, like, you can't afford to go up against that. We've seen it 2 games in this series so far, and clearly both teams have shown us that they can't deal with this series. So perhaps banning is the answer in the end, especially when you've got a few bans coming on through that perhaps could be let through. Things like the Jax. Both of the teams play that Jax. If you leave that open, maybe you can grab that yourself and have a carry up in the top side. But regardless, a phenomenal comeback from EDG. I think that's the most important thing. Is we've seen when they've lost before, it was 2-0. I'm glad that despite losing game number 1, this team still staying strong, still working together, actually looking far better in game number 2. So definite positives to take away for EDG looking forward in the split.
I'm glad that they didn't double down with their Team 1 composition, where in reality, the only champions that have been switched around is that bottom lane duo, where the Zeri is going towards EDG this time around. And of course, Fofo, he absolutely popped off in this game where he was able to pick up 3 kills while Pout had 0. he was just able to influence both the bottom side and the top side, where none of the carries were really able to do damage in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, didn't feel like the carries could get involved at all. Invincible actually managing to do the most damage out of anyone in the whole game, but that's pretty much off the back of you're playing against Sion in lane. Like, you could just wail on it the entire time, and, you know, it's always going to pad the stats at least a little bit. But again, a very fast game. Like, when you see a Sion and a Zeri in a draft, you don't typically think of, like, fast early game snowball into a win, right? You think of late game scaling, but EDG definitely not thinking in the same boat.
I mean, if you're getting Dragon Soul at 24 minutes in the game with a scaling bot lane, then something's going terribly wrong in terms of macro. So that should definitely be looked into. I don't think games should have Dragon Souls by the 24-minute mark, especially when we haven't even seen a Baron yet. I mean, I believe we had a Baron last game, but it didn't even matter too much just because of the lead that EDG already generated from previously. Yeah.
We saw Baron used as a bait to then annihilate NIP, so that was the closest we got to a Baron in this one. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out how game number 3 pivots around the draft here. The draft is going to be everything. Let's find out how it goes after this.
The LPL are kings again.
When they told me this week was Weibo Gaming versus JDG, I just thought to myself, damn, where do I even begin? If I start at the mid lane, I'm ignoring the top lane matchup at the Sentry, right? If I go to the jungle, bot lane will get 3 pentakills before I get a word out. Don't you just love the LPL?
It's the nullifying lane, and oh, it's more than a nullifying lane! It's more than that!
6-9! It's insane, and it feels a little bit top esports right here from the side of JDG as they are dominating the early game. Chuo gets annihilated. Ruler in a 2v1 under the tower, and he might just win it as well. Ace in the hole comes out, but it's just not enough. Shadowbound falls. Ruler is a monster.
It's a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleansed out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Shadowbound there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bomb. Stroll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple. And here's Ganami to finish the play.
I like how he just went for cooldowns. He goes back in. Here we go. Ult comes out from the Shy as well. Binges disengages, but Ghost comes out. The Shy's not done with Binges yet. The flash into the brush, trying to find the Qs. The Shy waiting for cooldowns here. The knockback comes through! And the Shy with yet another solo kill. Destructible, even after his ult. Like, his tanky stats are going to be insane. Yagao turns gold, keeps himself alive here. Shun flashing out the backside. And the final champ's actually going the wrong way from on there. As Carson dodging from the laser. Bin in the meantime. Being 1v1 by the Shy, who's pulling the whole squad of BLG over to this side of the map. He finds a solo kill. He brings the entire enemy team over while his team does Baron, and they can't even get onto him. Exit. And wow, what a pickup. Oh my god, the damage out from Light. That is disgusting. 3 on the board already, and looking for more. The Shy ruins the penta.
369 versus the Shy, Xiaohu versus Knight, and Ruler versus Light. Oh look, that last part rhymed. Anyways, look out for a banger this Friday night.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know?
我觉得阿热选手是个进攻型选手吧，会打得很凶，所以他们应该会把重心放在中上野。我想对阿热选手说句，你小心点吧，我不会手下留情的。
All right, trying to be careful in this one. A very short interview with Invincible there. Fantastic. Game number 2 from EDG. I'm Munchballs, joined by Kitty as we head towards the third in this series. We've had 2 very one-sided games so far, and Fofo managing to find the best of game number 2 on this Akali.
2 very short games, like you said, 25 minutes maximum, and both games having that Zeri Yumi available just took the win under the other team's noses. But of course, Fofo had an amazing game on this Akali, didn't double down on the initial composition heading into this series, where we saw pretty much the exact same champions coming out of both teams. But I think just the execution from the side of EDG this time around was just so much better, especially when it came to their early skirmishes.
Yeah, Fofo able to get in. You know, this is what we were asking of him after game number 1, was wanted to see more team play from Fofo, wanted to see him getting involved in the early skirmishes. He more than did that this time around. 5-0 and 8 at the end of it, and just dominating the team fights. And this time around, being against the Sejuani didn't seem like it was quite as big of a deal, because there was not as much follow-up from the side of NIP. It didn't feel like NIP were quite on the same page. Like this fight especially, Fofo just popping off.
Yeah, he managed to pick up 2 kills onto this Akali, and then I believe he went to top lane and just staunched Invincible as well. And especially when it came to the later game, the Akali just had this Yumi available on his little shoulder, and he was just able to just get onto Photic and Invincible, and they weren't really able to play the game from the amount of gap closing EDG had.
Yeah, and by this point it was already looking dangerous, and then everybody TPing into the play from the side of NIP. And EDG just started to take over and finish these health bars off. Fantastic stuff. And now we have to look to draft for game number 3 here. And Kitty, I believe you have something to say about how the draft should go.
I'm a woman of very few words, and I pray to the next game in this series. 2 words. Ban Zeri.
Ban Zeri. Ban Zeri. Or ban Yumi. I'm okay with ban Yumi as well. Like, Yumi's on the cards for bannable. But yeah, just, we can't let this bot lane go through. Both these AD carries, 100% win rate on the Zeri. I mean, if you're coming at this from the EDG perspective, Photic still 100% win rate on Zeri, 0% win rate on any other AD carry. Like, just take Zeri off the board and you're golden going into this draft, it feels like. Unless, of course, you're on the blue side. But whoever's on the red side, just get one of that pair gone. I don't see how there's another option.
I'm molding for EDG. Just ban the Zeri. Like you said, Photic is having a tough time with any of these other ADCs generating that early lead that we've seen from what he can do on that Zeri Yumi. But of course, like you said, Yumi is a very viable ban as well, because I just think this champion works well with the mid jungle pool of EDG, where we kept seeing Vi's and Akali's, and these 2 people are just very aggressive and they have so much mobility.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's one of these champions that can enable your entire squad, and when your squad is as kind of brawly as what EDG brought to the game last time around, like Yumi will work with every single champion in that kind of composition. So feels like a very, very strong champion. Thank God it's been nerfed on live patch. Hopefully we'll get onto that patch soon here in the LPL. We're back to the stage for game number 3. And once again, I want to see what's coming out from these 2 teams, not just in terms of the draft, but in terms of, like, what are we seeing this year? Like, NIP, we came into this one kind of giving them a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, saying, look, their schedule has been hard so far. It has been a tough run for them. They've been playing against top teams. But EDG have not necessarily been a top team just yet. The EDG have shown a lot of faults across the course of the year so far. I feel like this is a series where we need to see more from NIP. A great game number 1, but what can you do if Zeri's not on the board?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, once Zeri or maybe Yumi has been taken off the board, we potentially can see champions like the Varus and the Caitlyn slip through in this champion phase, champion select. And those 2 champions are very, very oppressive in the laning phase. Zeri has been banned. I tell the entire world, NIP has officially banned Zeri. Let's go, boys.
Thank God. Thank God. We actually get to watch a reasonable game of League of Legends. You know, Photic's next most played AD carry, tied with Zeri, is actually Sivir. He's been one of the players that is more than willing to lock that Sivir in. I feel like at the start of the split, we saw a reasonable amount of Sivir. It does feel like it's becoming less and less popular as time goes on. But if Yumi's not banned, perhaps that could be an option for NIP. The EDG with Lucian banned as well. We're going to get into the weird kind of drafts.
Finally, we get to see the ADC pool, the bot lane pool being opened up so much more just of these two resident sleeper ADCs being taken off the board. Like the Varus and Caitlyn, I would love to see a Varus or even the Ashe, which can be a flex pick for either the ADC or the support. And paired with that Varus, and you said that Sivir is a very standard pick when Yuumi is available, but I think specifically into Ashe and Varus, they just have so much range on you. You're pretty much just relegated to that utility role.
Yeah. The Varus is going to be taken away by NIP to deny exactly that combo that you're talking about. It's too oppressive. Mako could still go towards like a Heimerdinger alongside the Ashe, or maybe the Ashe ends up in the support role. We'll have to wait and see. But junglers available, both Vi and Sejuani still on the board. Maokai obviously banned away. But Elise actually making it through, and Xiaolong Bao goes aggressive.
I love this Elise pick from Xiaolong Bao. Something that we were missing from game 2 was Xiaolong Bao be extremely proactive. That we did see a bit from the first game on his Sejuani. Now that Sejuani is still up and available, I'm expecting EDG to either pick it or just leave it to the dust. I do like Sejuani a lot as a champion because I think just that potential of the level 3 1v1 is so valuable. But of course, EDG is going to take that. But back onto this Elise. We are going to see so many dives from the side of NIP, especially when you have this Varus in your pocket and he has that range onto the enemy carry, where I believe only the Caitlyn will do relatively well. But once you've been poked out, the Elise is just going to dive you on repeat.
Definitely could be the case. We could see even like a Jhin maybe often locked in just to be able to clear waves, but it does take a while before you have that wave clear that's particularly strong. We'll have to see. Jace locked in for Ala, and Pau might go for the opposite side of the matchup this time. Do we get to see a game where Pau isn't just playing Sylas? I certainly hope so.
We have seen the victor coming out of Pau in that series up against Top Esports. He did relatively good, and that is the Akali locked in for Pau. Of course, trying to deny the Akali pick from Fofo having extremely good performance in that game too. But I don't know how Paut's going to do on the Akali just quite yet. We haven't seen it.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Certainly seems like a melee mid kind of guy, though, based on the Sylas preference. We're going with the Akali this time. I'm curious if NIP will ban away the Sylas. Obviously going for the Azir ban there away from Fofo, assuming that this Jace is going up top for Ala. You could ban the Sylas' way, as that's clearly the choice of counter that Pout takes into the Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Jace still remains as a very viable flex for the side of EDG, so it just depends on which matchup is better for this Jace. But of course, Fofo on this Azir has been banned out. That is one of his most played champions alongside the Akali, so I'm not too surprised there. EDG is going to ban out the top lane pool, however, because I think Ala, when he does get that winning matchup, he is able to just dominate the game on his carry champions.
Yeah. I feel that's true for both of these top laners. If they can get the champion, if they can get the matchup, they can take over. The Jhin getting banned away here. So Caitlyn would be available if they want to go for something like that alongside the Ashe. I mean, Sivir still open as well, but whether or not you want to go for that into a Varus, we'll have to wait and see. But solo lane ban so far from EDG could try and do the same again. Try and set up for a really good matchup for Ala.
I mean, Sivir is a very viable pick into Varus. I just don't think it has the same oppressiveness and similar damage output compared to Varus. But you already have the Jace and Ashe locked in. You're not lacking damage on the side of EDG, especially with what Fofo might lock in for this mid lane. And he has been performing pretty well from his game 2 showing. So I'm not going to be surprised if Sivir does get locked in here. Kaisa? Are you sure?
I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. High Mechanical ADC alongside Mako's Ash. It's locked in. And hey, they have mega long-range kill threat, right? The Ash arrow lands, Jay's shock blast, Leave flies in to finish the kill off. I can see the magic. It's just whether or not you can survive the laning phase.
I mean, classic LPL, once everything else has been banned out, just default back onto Kai'Sa, and that has been the staple of this league. But of course, the Kennen is going to be locked in last for EDG, and Invincible is going to really just have a free time trying to get a counter into this Kennen, but EDG, their composition is looking extremely squishy with only the Sejuani being the front line, and of course, just the amount of CC or pure CC that EDG has with this composition, it's looking very 5v5 heavy.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited. This is a wacky draft that we've got for ourselves. Heimerdinger Varus versus Kai'Sa Ashe. We've got an Elise in the jungle. We've got a Carly versus Jace mid, a Gangplank versus Kennen top. Like, this is not your usual draft. This is not the draft that we get to see all the time. So I'm excited to see how on earth these solo lanes are going to pan out. How on earth JJ and Xiaolongbao will play out this early game to get their lanes ahead.
I mean, with Xiaolongbao having the Elise this time around, I'm expecting so much kill threat coming out of the jungler. And with the Heimerdinger and Varus being available for the bottom side of NIP this time around as well, it's just if you don't get those early Drakes online for your team, then the enemy team looks like their team fights are going to get extremely potent when it does reach the later ends of the game.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. As we head to game 3, it's EDG against NIP, and honestly, I'm so excited for this one now. I feel like everything has been leading to this moment for the two teams. One-on-one on the scoreboard, NIP 1-3 in the standings right now. EDG looking for their 3rd win if they could get this one. But it feels like for players like Pout, Invincible, they're here to prove what they're made of. Leave on the other side, an LDL superstar coming into the LPL, trying to prove himself, looking fantastic on the Zeri, having some good games. Now brings out a Kai'Sa. I'm here for it.
We're gonna get a straight up 5v5 brawl at this level 1. Is anything gonna happen with these Heimerdinger turrets going down?
Photic trying to look juicy. They're baiting the enemy team in. It's literally A-Ram, but in the bottom lane here. Mako taking a big chunk of damage. And that's it. What a bizarre start to the game.
I mean, that's just how you have to play up against the Heimerdinger support. You have to get rid of these turrets going into the bush to prevent the enemy bot lane from getting that bot lane priority, which can just open up the map for Xiaolongbao. So I really respect the full-on brawl of a 5v5. Ala is going to get a cheeky ward to see where Xiaolongbao is going to start. It does look like a red buff start for him. And the Sejuani also relatively... you know, doing okay with a solo start himself. I just feel like when it does come to this jungle matchup, so NIP is on a ticking time bomb because they don't have a front line for these team fights.
No, they certainly don't. Does feel like this could be quite a volatile game. Leave starting very aggressively. Takes a bit of damage for his trouble, though. I'm not sure it was as positive as a trade as he wanted, but Mako with the Hail of Blades evens things up. The Heimer turrets now starting to come down from Draw. Like you said, though, clearing them earlier on certainly helps EDG with presence in this bottom side. They will have priority by the looks of things.
I'm really excited to see how Leave pilots this Kai'Sa in a lane that's so poke heavy from the side of NIP, because your range is extremely small, and when it does come to these 2v2 trades, you're kind of just praying that Mako does most of the trading for you and tries to bully them out of lane, because you don't really spike until you hit that Kraken Slayer and you find those individual picks onto the carries of NIP.
Yeah, I love this start from EDG here, just completely removing Draw from the game. If you can kill the turrets, Heimerdinger doesn't really exist at level 1, so managing to find that level 2 spike and completely zoning Draw and Photic. Photic actually hitting level 2 before Draw, so he must have missed a little bit of XP. It's JJ moving into the lane here. Leave trying to look juicy. Mako going forwards here. Good little stun onto Photic. An easy first blood, setting up this Kai'Sa from Leave. So close to procking onto the Heimerdinger as well. Fantastic start here from EDG.
What a shame for NIP. Xiaolongbao was just 20 seconds too late to the play, and that is first blood going towards Leave. And you do not want an aggressive ADC on an aggressive champion to be picking up these kills, because this Varus is just going to get constantly ganked without that flash available.
Xiaolongbao wants to do something in the bottom side here. Whether he can
No
find
flash
Leave or
available?
not is a different question. As the Cocoon lands, look at that cleanse. Instant cleanse from Leave.
I mean, he got the wave in, and all he had to do was to burn that cleanse, so it's not too bad. He did get spotted on the ward previously from the mid laner of EDG, so that was a really sneaky ward, and Leave knew that the Elise was onto him.
Yeah, definitely. Able to manage to make that happen. Now to the bottom side. Xiaolongbao wants to try again. Mako dropping a ward, won't spot out Xiaolongbao. Perhaps Mako could be the target. Draws here, the sweeper lets him know. And will back away. Just going to be able to get a little bit of gold as he is that support using the spot item. And Xiaolongbao punished for the play. Slowed down in his jungle pathing and doesn't get anything for it.
I feel like Xiaolongbao is the type of person, just try again. You don't have any summoners on Leave. JJ hasn't sensed you just quite yet. It just looks like constant chaos in this bot lane and flipping until one side just completely takes over the game.
Right now it's feeling like EDG are the side that will take over the game. Already having the kill onto Leave, having a serrated Dirk in that bottom side at this point. But the wave means that EDG can't really 2v2 right now. They've got to clear some more minions before that'll be on the cards. Fofo trying to crash this wave in the mid lane as well. This feels like a tense early game.
It does feel very tense. I mean, to be fair, it is the game that decides which team gets to win the series. So a lot of aggression coming out of both junglers in this final game. Exactly what we want to see. But of course, this Elise hasn't found any success from her gank so far. And that's really hurting the side of NIP, because a little bit of a thumbs up because he has been spotted by Ashe. Very annoying ability that Ashe has. But if this Elise doesn't start getting these kills online onto these carries very soon, I'm afraid she's going to expire.
And it's not a good look for NIP as Xiaolongbao tries to clear the ward, but Jidge is here once again. Repel comes up, but now jumping onto the backline here. Mako flashes away. Xiaolongbao low on HP. So is Photic. Leave literally 1v1ing the enemy AD carry, and it's a wash in favor of EDG.
There's just two fights happening in this bottom 3v3. I believe Photic just got left alone in a duel up against Kai'Sa, and that's exactly what she wants. With the serrated Dirk in her pockets, she just ordered him to death, and with the cleanse, you can't really do anything in a 1v1 scenario. And of course, Xiaolongbao got caught out earlier into the fight, and there's just not much synergy in this game from Jewel and from Xiaolongbao as well. Taking a look at the replay, Xiaolongbao does get spotted onto this ward where he gets instantly engaged on, and Halo Blade's being kind of cringe in this current meta, just tossing out so much damage. Very good flash out of Mako, dodging the CC from NIP, and of course Photic just falls when he gets left behind.
Yeah, nice little dodge from Photic on the W from Leave, but so far behind that it really doesn't matter. And the ISO Q doing massive damage to him. So really good little play from Leave to find the 1v1. Great little bit of fighting from EDG to punish Xiaolongbao once again. Now CS leads are starting to build up. There's a massive wave there for Leave. You can see Fofo is ahead in the mid lane as well. JJ getting massively ahead in the jungle thanks to the 2 kills he's picked up. Xiaolongbao still really wants to fight him, but he's a level down.
Yeah, I'm just afraid that with Leaf picking up all these kills, already have the Noon Quiver and serrated Dirk in his item slots, he's just going to get a very early upgrade onto that Q, and that just means a terrible time for the immobile champions of NIP.
It's just a 3v3 bot lane. That's what this game has become. Mako and Leaf trying to push off forward. Stun comes out, but it misses onto Mako. As here comes Xiaolongbao. Repel in. Mako down. Finally, a fight for NIP. The cannons from Invincible turning the tide.
Finally, something going great for the side of NIP. They noted down that Mako burnt that flash earlier, and they capitalized on this opportunity, especially with the Gangplank having that ultimate available. He just chucked it bot lane and prayed to the gods that Mako falls down. Exactly, that does happen, but it does go towards Zhuo as the Heimerdinger support. And You know, of course you do want items on this support, but I just feel like you really should have given it to the Varus, who could have just at least had a better time against this Kai'Sa.
Oh, he's level 6!
Oh no!
Lee finds Dwo in the bottom lane. The perfect moment right after the recall of Photic. Oh, it's going from bad to worse. Even after that positive play, NIP still picked apart by Leave.
Leave just gets a cheeky level up from that minion wave, and Droid did not react, and that is exactly what we want to see from this Kai'Sa. Just getting those individual solo kills with her ultimate. Once the W connects, you just fly over and get the job done. With the Kai'Sa being 3-0 now, I just don't see how Photic is gonna be able to challenge her unless Pal really focuses her down in these team fights.
It's going to be tough. Fofo trying to push out in this mid lane as Mako moves on through, looking towards this Herald in the top side, setting up for JJ to be able to just grab that objective by himself. Joel, in the meantime, still in the bottom side in that river. So Photic Control should just have complete priority in the bottom side, but there's not really a lot they can do with that.
It just looks like that EDG is taking over this early game. Leaf honestly can just 1v2 once he has that cleanse up and available. If NIP plays it, and NIP, I'm so sorry, if NIP plays it smart, then they have to engage during this time frame.
Good little dodge from Pal. Needs to use that Shroud if he's got it available. Might be on cooldown. Perfect execution. Just to get himself out of the play. Leave barely dodging, repelled upon, taken down. Photic goes down to Mako. In the meantime, a great cocoon though, and the Heimer turret to finish it off. No, double kill for Xiaolong Bao. It's JJ spotted on the re-engage, and again the bottom lane turned in favor of NIP.
That's exactly what we want to see from Photic's Varus. Pull the trigger on that ultimate, chuck it onto Lee while he doesn't have that cleanse available, and get the dive well executed from Xiaolong Bao. And Lee gives over the shutdown to Elise, and that does bring her back into the game and to get those items online for this up-and-coming dragon.
Ala starting to really get the best of this top lane matchup as well, and this Kennen was really one of the champions that Ala made a name for himself on the international stage with. As I mean, Leaf just gets annihilated from a distance. Not a lot he can do about that one. Has to flash. And then you see the emote come up. The recall while Xiaolong Bao lands on him.
I mean, Mako tries for his dear life to try and trade rate to the 2-for-2, but unfortunately the Elise was just full damage and got to kill the Ashe off as a straggler. Of course, the Elise is going to try and look to start this dragon. Like I said, early dragon is going to be the win con for NIP. You have to look for those early objectives while the Elise is still strong before you start opting into those 5v5 team fights.
Oh, Fofo needs to be cautious. Flashes the cocoon, will survive. Like you say, NIP really would like to go for these early dragons, but JJ not going to let that happen. Herald in pocket as well if he needs to force priority in one of the lanes. And I feel like we saw this in game number 1 as well. NIP had complete control on the bottom side. Weren't willing to... Oh, close one for Photic. Nice little sidestep. But they weren't willing to go for the early Drakes last time around. It doesn't feel like they're able to go for these Drakes just yet this game.
My eyes just can't stop staring at JJ, already having the Radiant Virtue on and available for this next team fight. He's so incredibly tanky, and with no heal cut on the side of NIP other than that Ignite. Is he going to die?
Fofo's here, everything misses Photic flashing out. The Barrel and the cannons from the top lane as JJ goes down. Big pickup for NIP as Power tries to join the play as well. I don't think they can quite close the gap. Fofo wants to turn it around. The cocoon will push him away. Xiaolong Bao, nice little dodge on the shock blast.
I think JJ played it a little bit too impatiently. He just instantly went in and threw the ultimate, unfortunately missed. And the GBL just came and showered the entire of EDG, where I believe it just became kind of a 4v5, and NIP finds a way back into this game. Still, I feel like this Kai'Sa is going to be a huge problem. I want EDG to look for these picks, and once these picks do go offline...
Oh, it lands in the mid lane! It's an all-in opportunity for Fofo. One more hit, but Pau in the Shroud, he walks away!
He walks away with 1 HP. I mean, that does mean the Herald is going to be dropped for Fofo, and he's going to collect so much gold. TP not available for Pout, so it's only going to be Xiaolong Bao trying to protect this mid lane tower. Not going to fall because it was full health, but Fofo going to pick up so much gold and getting that mythic spike just way earlier compared to Pout.
Yeah. Huge swing there with 3 plates going down in favor of Fofo. Certainly going to be a massive influx of gold. Feels like there's a gold advantage in the mid lane for EDG. There's a gold advantage in the jungle. Potentially, that said, Chalabao has got a couple of kills more recently. And then Leave obviously ahead in that bottom side. Things looking good for EDG right now, but a much closer game than what we've seen for the rest of the series.
Look at the gold lead that Ala has already generated from just being in an isolated matchup. 33 CS lead, and he is just going to continuously scale. Although the GP is going to scale relatively well up against Kennen, I just feel like when it does come to the teamfight aspect, once Ala has that flash available...
Oh no! Mako
had flash.
Perhaps misunderstanding the situation there, thinking that he has had much more freedom in the enemy jungle than he had. Just gets one shot. Unfortunately, that's 2 kills now that Chuo has picked up on the Hibernate. I'm not sure that's necessarily the champion that you want this goal going to.
Yeah, you definitely want to own the Elise, but with that frame in bot lane where the Kai'Sa just chucked out a W, Photic was scared for his dear life because he would have just been one shot in that bottom lane as the Kai'Sa already has the Gale Force available. 14-minute first dragon though, and it does go to the side of EDG. NIP isn't picking up any early objectives, and I'm afraid once you just snowball into, once you play into the hands of EDG, you're not going to find an angle to come back into the game.
And it feels like they're just struggling to find any presence towards that dragon as well. Like when you look at the vision difference in the bottom side of that river, EDG have it completely covered in wards, whereas NIP barely getting a defensive line in. Is Tro just now desperately trying to remedy that fact and recover some control of their own jungle. Mako moving towards the mid lane. Ashel is available.
I mean, when it does come to the vision control, like we can see for NIP, they don't have a frontline or traditional frontline at least that will be able to just walk in and face tank everything that's chucked at them, especially with the Ashe having the Umbral Glaive available. Then it's just going to be such a tough time for Little Joe to find his little vision in these major objectives.
Well, Chalabao trying to trade with JJ, but the ward does get removed in the end. NIP moving up this time. They want to fight for this Herald, but this could be the moment that Ala has been looking for. He's on that Kennen. A 5v5 would suit him down to the ground. NIP posturing for a poke war at this point. Ala found by Invincible. Takes a huge chunk of damage, actually. 1v1 between the top laners is Herald. Still being focused by EDG. This might just get taken down with no actual fight happening.
You just don't have a proper engage other than this Varus ultimate, and oh my god, is Joe gonna die? He could have died right there. I saw his flash, I saw his like life flash in front of my eyes. But yeah, NIP's composition throwing it back, they just don't have a proper engage where Varus realistically should be used as a secondary engage.
Well, Varus goes wide, Ashel goes wide, everyone walks away in the mid lane as NIP want to find something. I think Fofo knows something is up here. He suspects at very least. As Invincible now shows, trying to bait Fofo into the 1v1, but he is not going for it right now.
Playing very, very safe, and exactly you want to play this safe because you already have that early game lead, and you're just going to get stronger as the game goes on because you have the engage tools from the Sejuani and Ashe and Kennen when he does have that flash available. These teamfights are going to be extremely easy to force, and if NIP opts into a bad teamfight, I'm afraid from just one, they're going to bleed immensely.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal, but if they can find that fight, if they can find themselves a skirmish win, that could snowball like crazy. This is a very volatile composition where you fall behind, yeah, it's pretty disastrous, but if you can find yourself ahead, that certainly could lead to a victory. It's just whether or not that can happen. I feel like we are running out of time for that to happen for NIP. The Night Harvester finished here on the side of Chalabao, so he certainly has a lot of burst.
Look, we may have had absolute chaos in the first 5 minutes for the bot lane duo matchup, but there are 3 people in this current game having a 0-0-0 scoreline. And the Akali, obviously she's getting beat in that CS department, so I'm afraid if Pal doesn't start being proactive and look for those picks onto the carries, then you're not going to find those angles up against Sejuani, which we saw in game 1.
Yeah. And it gives you an idea of how well Ala did during that laning phase. That Invincible has 2 assists Whereas Ala 0-0-0, but he has a bounty. Leave actually finds Photic. I can't believe he gets a pick there. And now Charlabao left to run, skitter back into his own jungle. The Herald slammed down in the mid lane. This is going to be at least a tier 1, but they might honestly look for more. JJ pressing forwards, Mako and Leave alongside him. They certainly have the damage, but with the gangplank ult, they will back away.
Even Ala is forcing this bot lane pressure, trying to take down the outer towers of NIP, but once again, Photic having such a hard game, especially when the Kai'Sa picked up first blood in that 1-for-1 trade.
Pau does get stunned as he starts this one off. Ala the target, perfect execution. Pau trying to dodge the stun himself, but just gets almost one shot there, and Fofo flashed away from, but still finishes the kill. Pau goes down, and the EDG solo lane is outplay.
The EDG and the mid laners finally get a KP into this game. 18 minutes. Photic is dead.
Wow,
and
it's
that's
not
the
even
life of an
close.
ADC.
Oh! He flashes over the wall. Actually managed to survive that one. I was worried there for a second. This game is not good for my heart rate.
Well, this game is definitely not good for Photic either. He is absolutely having a horrible game, and it is a horror game for him. Leave is just going to pop up out of nowhere with the Collector in hand. I'm surprised Collector didn't actually proc when Varus was a slither of HP. Photic did dodge the Astral here, which was a really nice sidestep coming out of NIP's ADC, but Gale forced into a Q, and he's dead. This Kai'Sa's too strong.
Yeah, that ISO Q. Mako flashing away, keep himself alive. As EDG grabbed themselves a second Drake. And it does feel like this lead is slowly but surely tilting further in favor of EDG. 4,000 gold now. 2 Drakes to talk about. And now no more Heralds will be spawning as Baron is going to grace the Rift in just 10 seconds time. And I'm not sure NIP can actually 5v5 at this point to contest it.
I mean, you can sniff some hard copium as NIP fans because you still have that late game scaling Gangplank on the side of your team collecting, or I mean, he does have Collector as second item, but up against the Sejuani and Kai'Sa, I just feel like he's too squishy and he won't be able to toss out too much damage before he gets one shot by the side of EDG.
I'm just loving watching Leave today. Like, obviously looking good on the Zeri, but now bringing out a Kai'Sa. We do not see Kai'Sa much in the LPL. Not recently, at very least, not in this meta. But bringing it out confidently against this Varus, consistently landing those Ws, following up with the ultimates, finding solo kills, finding picks. It's beautiful to see. An Invincible caught out in the top side. The flash forwards to get the stun there. The chain in play. Fofo with a kill. NIP wanting to punish, but Mako wasn't quite in the brush yet, so Charlabao wired on the cocoon. And it will just be the wave cleared. And again, EDG gets something for nothing.
EDG is starting to focus down the late game carry of NIP while Ala is just having a free time taking down these towers. I feel like just NIP don't have an answer for these side lane pushes anymore. And they don't even win 5v5 because your Akali is so behind your Varus. He's a poke Varus with the Yomus on his item slots, but he's not going to be tossing out too much damage compared to a Kai'Sa with 2 items and a third coming very soon.
Yeah, he's not really going to be able to match that. I mean, look at the Mura mana right now. 162. The Mana Moon? I forget which one's which. I think it's Mana Moon currently. 162, a long time until that's going to be stacked up. Photic doesn't feel like he's able to get much done in the short term here. NIP.
I'm going to try and look for a pick.
This is cheeky. Ala could be the target.
Ala smells them.
Oh no, the arrow comes in. Here comes JJ over the wall as well. Fofo, bit of damage on Chua as they try and turn it around. This is a wonky fight. Oh, he goes in. How does he get a kill there? Goes in 1v4 and somehow manages to find one. Invincible TPs into the play here, but EDG have already won.
I literally coughed when I saw Leave go in. It gave me so much stress. He just ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner and a cannon ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter. EDG now to the Baron as they take over the game.
This game is looking like another early win for the side of EDG. I don't see an angle where NIP can really come back into the game. Your ADC is 1 in 5. your Heimerdinger has the most kills on the team and the Akali isn't able to find those angles. It's just the result of how the early game went for this bot lane duo.
Yeah,
We're gonna look
absolute
at the replay.
domination.
And Leave just absolute Giga Chat. He's very late to the fight, but once he does get to the fight, he just chucks the W and he flies into 4 people, presses 1 Q, and they're all 1 HP. The Varusol does do a lot here, but not enough to stop Leave from ulting in and just chucking a Q, one-shotting Joe. Does dodge the first Akali ult as well, and they just get surrounded like sharks, and NIP don't have a way out.
I love this, the way that Abel and Leave come down to the bottom side, force it into this really awkward corner for NIP and just collapse from all directions. Beautiful stuff. And it feels like NIP might just be out of this one. Leave is feeling it today. I mean, I don't blame him. 6-1 and 1 on the Kai'Sa. Phenomenal performance today. And showing why he was a hyped up AD carry coming out from the LDL. Why he was picked up by EDG. Remember, this is the guy replacing Viper. That's big shoes to fill, and he is filling them right now. Another pick on Xiaolongbao.
One pick is going to mean so much for EDG. They're just going to be able to take down these inhibitors, especially when NIP, once again, they don't have the ability to engage first, especially when the Varus is scared for his dear life of a Kennen and Sejuani, or even Kai'Sa potentially ulting onto his head. He needs to use that ultimate as self-defense, or if not, he's just going to get ram-ranched.
Yeah, it certainly would be a tough one. As EDG move into the mid lane here with the Baron. I don't even know if NIP can just hold on to their base here. Looks like EDG will play respectfully, moving over towards the Drake. Instead, Arrow goes ever so slightly too wide. And it will mean that the players survive. But NIP now trying to move back in, trying to contest in any way whatsoever.
Oh my god.
But it's just not possible.
1 Q and Dro's half HP. I don't know how NIP comes back into this game. Very, very unfortunate early game, especially for Photic, of course. Kai'Sa picked up the first blood. Varus only got an assist while the kill went to Heimerdinger. And that's just what it snowballed into.
And it's good to see EDG actually being consistent throughout a series, right? Obviously, game number 1 looking really good for NIP, but it was a bit of a, okay, we lost the early game, it got out of control, go next angle, right? Then the next 2 games in this series, EDG managing to find their footing and turn things around. They know something's going on in this top side. 3 people in a brush. Ofo moves nearby, but the recalls will be committed to. EDG continue their siege. But I want to mention a little tidbit for everyone that, you know, I talked earlier about Fofo not managing to make it back to Worlds since he joined the LPL. One of the players that actually denied him Worlds back in 2021 was Ala, who was on that LNG team that made it to Worlds from the regional championship that Fofo would have needed to make it to Worlds from. So now teammates, once very much enemies.
Yep, the ultimate does land, and Elise just gets instantly one-shot. Honestly, NIP, if they don't start just YOLO going for these fights, they're just going to suffocate from the inhibitors falling down.
3-man shock blast there doing insane damage. As like you say, the inhibitors fall 1 by 1. And EDG, they can just sit here now, wait for the supers to come down the mid lane and finish the job. NIP 4v5 on the defense, trying to hold on. The conversation of scaling is out of the window at this point for the Gangplank. Time is up. Invincible there. Pow trying to go in onto Leaf, but he's out of there, and Ala one-shots the entire team, even gets the bonus kill at the end before going down. Quadra kill for Ala, and Leaf looking for a bonus on Xiaolongbao as the Nexus falls. And EDG just gives a masterclass.
20-7 scoreline. EDG just wraps the game perfectly with this game 3 and Leave honestly 8 and left no crumbs for Photic to come back into the game. So Leave having 2 exceptionally well performances on the Zeri and on this Kai'Sa. Very big expectations for someone who was just promoted from the LDL.
Yeah, really, really tough one for NIP, but like you say, Leave having a phenomenal game for himself, having a phenomenal series for himself, honestly. able to really show what he's capable of, bringing out this Kai'Sa pick and showing that this is not a pick that he's nervous about. This is a confidence pick for Leave. Next time you're looking at an EDG champ select and you see Kai'Sa, get ready for a show.
Yeah, I love this Kai'Sa build, especially with him building the Gale Force. Yes, you lock in the Varus. He is the next best in slot ADC when all the meta ADCs like the Zeri and Lucian are taken off the board. But what do you lack? You lack mobility. And this Kai'Sa is just going to W, ult onto you, and even if you have that flash available, he has the Gale Force still to activate, and you just cannot run away when Leave is onto you.
Yeah, there is just no escape. And EDG making a lot of fans very happy right now as they push themselves to 3-1 in the standings, showing that this new roster built around JJ and Mako can work, can function. The solo lane is looking very stable today. Leave, like, I mean, we've said plenty about how much Leave is bringing to the table. So far, so good. And, you know, we talked about Fofo in game number 1, not really bringing much to the early skirmishes. 2 and 3, absolutely all over it. Like, constantly roaming, constantly having an impact in the game.
Yeah, I love how EDG just picked up their proactive game and they started to get things done, especially towards that bottom side of the map. And even if Ala was playing the Kennen in this third game, he matched the gangplank extremely well where they just went even. I even said that 3 of the solo laners coming into game 3 was 0-0-0 at the 18-minute mark. But unfortunately for the side of NIP, with your kills going towards Leave early, who was on that aggressive ADC that can snowball with that item lead, then you're going to have to do much more as Xiaolongba on the Elise.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like NIP needed more presence in the early game, right? It was an absolute scrap in the bottom side of the map, like full-on 3v3. Both junglers essentially foregoing farming because both of them were very aware that, like you say, that Elise needed to win early, needed to find advantages early, and wasn't able to do so. JJ doing a fantastic job of just blocking everything Xiaolongba wanted to do.
Yeah, Xiaolongba was absolutely shut out in this game, but Photic honestly did just as much damage as the Kai'Sa, even more with his poke build. So even though Varus was put behind in this game, it is not a pick to be underestimated. But I just think Fofo and Kennen just being able to bring the amount of pressure into these teamfights from just the solo lead of generating a CS lead was just so impossible for the side of NIP to take these winning fights. And especially, I just want to talk about the draft that NIP decided to go with for this third game. You have the Elise, you have the Gangplank, and you have a Kali. So Varus Heimerdinger is something that we see very often, and I'm completely fine with that. But you don't have that frontline engage, or even just a proper engage in general, where they aren't able to opt into really good fights because one person's just going to get instantly killed from the amount of damage that ADG has available.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, when you're not going to run a tank engage support, you do need to have that engage somewhere else in the composition, right? And Elise really not going to bring that into the composition at all. So a tough one there coming out from NIP. Not the greatest draft to be able to push on forwards. Apparently, the next game is already ready to go. Apparently, JDG have already begun against RNG. That is going to be our next series today.
Straight into
and here
it.
we are. We're into game. All right, game number 4, sorry, of the day. We're already 4 minutes in.
I will not be drinking
efficiency.
any water. Yeah, but my focus for this game is that Tang Yuan is up against someone like Knight. And Knight, I feel like he's just been that person in the LPL where he has always been exceptionally a good player, but he's just missed out on those international titles, which is a big shame. But this time, alongside Rula and 369, and especially Carnaby helping him out in that mid-jungle duo, I just see JDG being a world-class team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, JDG, yeah, I don't think anyone can make the argument that they're not, based on what we've seen so far. The only question for me about JDG is not like, are they good? We've seen that they're good. It's, can they be consistent? Can they maintain this throughout the year? Because I've seen plenty of teams in the LPL, especially teams that Knight and 369 are on. I'm talking about you, Top Esports. They look incredible during the regular split. It's, can you hold it up during playoffs? Can you hold it up when it comes to international play? Those will be the questions. I'm a little curious about what happened during this draft, as we have a Ziggs coming out from Gala in the bottom side. I'm assuming there were a lot of AD carry bans. We saw a bit of Ziggs from Huanfeng earlier on in the split.
Yeah.
It can work. It can certainly work. Is he gonna get it?
Oh no! You can't just do me like
die.
that when I praise you so much. Like, come on, bruh. But
I love
yeah,
how the observer's really focusing on that as well.
Ziggs is definitely sneaking his way back into the meta, just trying to get that bot lane priority and getting these early towers down. But my eyes are onto this Silas jungle. Of course, we don't know how draft went for the Silas to be flexed to jungle. I'm assuming it was a first pick for the side of JDG. But you know, a lot of viable ultimates for this champion, because we have the Sejuani, we have the Nautilus, we also have the Ziggs ult, which I think are all very valuable in these team fights.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, while we've got a second, while there's no fighting going on, the way that the draft went, there was actually only 2 AD carry bans, the Zeri and the Lucian banned away. Sejuani was the first pick for RNG, and then it was Ash Varus straight off of the bat, meaning that Ziggs had to be picked in that second rotation for RNG. So opting into the Ziggs very early on into the draft. But I guess when you've got a Jace in your composition as well, you do have that AD damage coming on through. JDG though, starting off aggressively here, going for that Drake early on.
Yeah, like you mentioned, RNG having a lot of poke potential with their composition, Ziggs and Jace. That will get extremely annoying once it does reach the later game and the items come online. But I do like the idea of Ziggs and Nautilus. You just chuck 2 ultimates onto a carry and they're pretty much dead, especially with the Ziggs having such a powerful ultimate later on into the game. Then one AD carry or maybe even a LeBlanc will just get deleted from the team fight and it becomes a 4v5.
Yeah, I love that we're seeing the LeBlanc come out from Knight as well. But let's quickly talk big picture for these two teams in the series, because RNG, a really rough start to the LPL so far. Tangyuan in a bit of trouble there, taking some damage from Knight, won't go down though. Tangyuan is, I don't want to say out of his depth, because we'll wait and see, but needs to prove something in this series. He is the only player in this entire series that hasn't won either the LPL or the LCK. Everyone else on the map has at least one major region championship, and multiple players have either a Worlds or an MSI trophy. This RNG roster, aside from the mid laner, are the one that won MSI last year, now that Ming has rejoined the squad. So there's like a lot of pressure on that mid laner's shoulders, especially for a young player.
Tangyuan definitely thrown into the deep end of this LPL team, but of course we need to just highlight that they no longer have Xiaohu for RNG, and I just feel like Wei without Xiaohu for these recent games, he's been looking a little bit lost. Of course, not for this game specifically. I do see that there are 2 assists onto Wei, so that's a very good start already. Something that we do lack on RNG is that mid-jungle synergy, and just I want to see more from Tangyuan, and as he is on this aggressive Akali pick this game.
I'm telling you, the observers are feeling it here in the second series. They're like, they're zooming in on the close skirmishes, zooming in on Knight CSing. Definitely feeling good on that side as the all-in on that bottom side taking another look. Look at the CS difference. 2 plates in favor of Ruler, a 40 CS lead or 30 CS lead. I can't count. Absolutely insane. And this is what we've seen from Ruler time and time again. This time going for the on-hit Varus, by the way, not going for lethality.
Very interesting. We do have a lot of consistent damage coming out of Ruler for this specific game. And I do like the Immortal Shield though. It does stop the potential of getting one-shot from the Nautilus and Ziggs ultimate combo. But like I said, this Varus and Ashe is going to be extremely annoying for the side of, I guess, Gala, because they just have so much range on you, and they're just, it's an Ashe. I don't know why Ashe was let through the champ select. I hate this champion. I think it's way too broken in the current meta. Gala, as a result,
The thing is, I feel like there's a lot of champions that tick exactly those boxes. I feel like there are so many champions that it feels like you need to ban in the current meta. Ashe definitely being up there, I agree. But the Herald will be taken here by RNG, and I will say RNG a phenomenal early game so far. JDG, a team that really haven't fallen behind much. They've got 1 game loss. It was against BLG. It's Tangyuan starting to play Onto missing, heal going to be burnt there. But RNG so far actually having a very good early game to be even, to have that Herald in their favor, to have Breed with an advantage in that top side.
Yeah, I want to see this Herald dropped in the Ziggs lane. And you can't just drop it on the tower that has 5 plates because the Ziggs does have his satchel available to just execute at the very end. But Ruler on this Varus, he isn't a Ziggs and he's able to pick up 3 plates already in 10 minutes. Very, very dominating laning phase from the Korean ADC himself.
Yeah, it's not bad, is it? It's not bad. It's
not a bad trade.
Might look for a 4th plate, honestly, as another wave will crash in here. And Gala, realistically, can't do anything to contest if he steps too far forwards. The amount of long range all in that Ashe Varus bring to the table. Ashe arrow lands, Varus ult to follow, and then his long range combo. You just ain't surviving that.
Definitely not surviving that. But we do have the Sion coming out for this first game series as well. And an Ashe ult, does it hit though?
Oh, down the mid lane.
Oh my god.
Oh, so close. And yet no cigar.
No cigar. That was way too close for comfort. Tanya does have the flash available, so that's just a test of his reaction skill. But back onto the Spellbook Sion this time around. He has the heal and ignite available, so he's going to have a much easier time when it comes to the 1v1 trading because Jace is that lane bully up against a melee champion. I just think Sion is just making his way back into the meta where we will be seeing a lot of him just because of his pure ability to engage.
Yeah, and also just because you're against Sejuani, right? Like, Silas is always good when Sejuani is good. Breed getting knocked up in the top side as Wei moves over to try and get some plates for his top laner. Has that Herald in play. Everfrost from Knight. Can they finish it? Knight doesn't quite have the damage and has to dash away in the end, tanking that tower for so long. It's 369 now, trying to hold on. Ming has moved up to the top side to try and protect his top laner, but you can see Gala moving over, just what you were talking about, Kitty, the ability to demolish those towers.
4369, he's getting camped.
Oh
no
my days.
Backup from the side of JDG, although Ruler does pick up his tower plates in that bottom lane, and also a Dragon for the side of JDG. I think it's still an overall dub for this red side team because you're just investing so much into killing a Sion, and the plates have been shared when compared to JDG, all the plates went to Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a 50 CS lead down in the bottom side, pressuring a tier 2 at this point. Happy to lane solo against the enemy Akali. That says a lot about the position Ruler is in. Going for the Ghost as well on that Varus, going for an on-hit or crit. We'll have to wait and see as the game goes on. Let's take another look, because Gala almost goes down here. Gala was actually tanking the tower.
Gala was taking a bit of a miscommunication coming out of Ming where he lets go of this aggro, I suppose. The Ashe ult does hit. Oh, he doesn't tank tower, I think. I think the Sion just smacks him a little bit and his health gets lower and lower. But exactly what we want to see from the Ziggs, just get rid of these early tier 1 towers and play through the macro, just suffocate JDG through this lead. But Ruler, on the other hand, 140 CS at 13 minutes. He's just an absolute monster in this game, and I really want to just emphasize that Tang Yuan and Wei need to focus him down in these team fights.
They've got to try, or not they were able to get onto him. We'll wait and see. RNG, like I said though, doing a good job in this early game, like managing to maintain the game fairly evenly. And it does feel like a bottom side versus top side kind of situation, right? Where Ruler, I mean, it's not a surprise to see Ruler having a massive lead. I feel like every game Ruler has a massive lead for himself. Knight having a CS advantage, but then Wei and Breed finding advantages for themselves in the top side. The arrow comes in, Kanavi over the wall. And there goes that top side advantage I was just talking about.
Just JDG is so proactive. The second the Ashe ultimate lands, they have 4 people on the face of Breed, and he isn't able to just get out of that situation. But of course, JDG, although Ruler has been dominating every single game, I believe they dropped 1 game up against BLG, and I think once Ruler doesn't really generate that lead in the bottom lane, Kanavi and Knight, their main focus of this team identity is to play through Ruler.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't blame them with how Ruler has been playing so far this split. Absolutely on form. And it's exciting to see a player with such insane potential living up to that potential so consistently. Like you say, just that single game loss so far. And Ruler has really been one of the star players, because every single player is a star player. And here's the follow-up with absolutely everything slamming down onto Ming. They can't actually finish the kill just yet, but they're going for Wei instead as Kanavi charges into the fray. They don't quite have the damage to actually finish the kill.
I honestly think Ming could have just left his computer, made a coffee, come back, and he still would have been CC'd in that mid lane. The Ashe ult connects, Varus ult connects, Sion ult onto his face.
Knight goes in! They just don't stop! They never hit the brakes!
You will never take a break from the side of JDG. Knight goes in for a second kill, but it doesn't matter. Even though he has the Everfrost on this LeBlanc, he still has so much damage because his name's Knight.
Yeah, I mean, he's a monster. He's an absolute monster, and so is the rest of the squad. Getting 2 players low, Ruler almost getting the snipe onto Ming, and then while everyone's distracted with what Ruler's doing and Ming dodging it, it's instead the Sejuani that's taken out by Knight. Absolutely, just the coordination from JDG is the most impressive thing.
Yeah, unfortunately not enough damage to kill Ming. Ruler was zoned out by the Sejuani, got a bit scared, and no kills going towards JDG for the first brawl. But of course, Knight sneaks in from the side, and it does pick up that kill onto Wei, which makes it an overall winning play for JDG. And this LeBlanc has just picked up 300 gold in her pockets.
Yeah. It's not bad. It's not bad for Knight. Level 12 on that LeBlanc. 2,000 gold lead for JDG. They already got 2 Drakes for themselves in the third, coming up in 45 seconds. And you start to get to the part of the conversation where you have to wonder, can RNG actually, contest in this mid game? Can they start to fight for a bit of territory? Because what we've seen from JDG so far this year is once they get a lead, they don't let go of the game. Missing in 369 in a 2v4 until Ruler finally arrives. Missing over the wall, burning, but still alive. Leandris doesn't quite tick him down. That had to have been single digits.
Everyone's just living on the slither of HP, but still, in the end, JDG just has so much vision control in this bottom side jungle where the dragon is spawning in 10 seconds, and this is looking like another game where the Dragon Soul realistically can be picked up by the 24-minute mark.
Yeah, Ruler moving into the mid lane to try and defend against this Herald. Herald being used just to force priority here, but Knight looking for an all-in instead. Backs away, forcing RNG out of the play. Herald goes down as Gala gets hit by his own ultimate. Kanavi stealing that one away with a Night Harvester. Kanavi going full damage in the jungle here. Wei trying to escape. Ming moving over to protect his jungler, but Flash forced out. Arrow goes wide for missing. JDG, not a second is given to their opponents. They just go and push and just crush their opponents out.
Every time RNG tries to walk into this bottom side jungle, 369 just shows up like the absolute Giga Chat and stops entry. He's that security guard at bars, like, sorry, you can't come in, mate. And RNG gets forced out of their own jungle, and this third dragon goes to the side of JDG. Like, again, Ming just gets so many ultimates thrown onto him, survives once again, and this time missing being the target for RNG, also surviving on the most single-digit HP. The Leandro just wasn't able
30?
to execute him, and it was just
30 HP.
30. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, absolutely insane stuff coming out here. And I mean, Missing very lucky to survive that one, in all honesty. But Mythics across the board here, pretty much on both sides as well. Does feel like the next fight could lead to everything, as the dragon was taken by JDG. Baron coming up onto the map in a minute's time. And what we've seen from JDG this split so far is they are not afraid of going for a very early Baron. They are not afraid to go for that at 20 minutes and beyond. We'll see if that's going to be a choice here, as you can see a heavy shift towards that top side from JDG. Big damage onto Tang Yuan.
I mean, like you said, this Baron might realistically just be started at the 20-minute mark. You can't really face check JDG. They just have so much engage when you don't have that vision control for yourself.
Yeah, they have so many ways to just start a fight, right? With the Ashe ultimate, the Varus ultimate. On top of that, you've got 369 can charge it. On top of that, you've got Kanavi can steal away Sejuani ult. Except Sejuani is down on the bottom side of the map. TP's immediately channeled on both sides. Bree trying to finish this tower as they decide to back away. Knight jumps out. 369 charges his way to safety. Tower taken, but it will be traded on the top side.
4 people of the side of RNG rotating to this bottom lane play. But look at the vision that JDG was able to generate from this play that didn't even do too much for RNG. They burnt a TP from Tangyuan and 369 just ulted out.
Yeah. I feel more confident about this bush break from RNG if Dragon was up on the map
Wei?
right now. Wei finds missing. It's a big old combo from long range, missing down. Can they finish the fight? Wei low on HP, trying to escape as Knight jumps on forward to finish job. Everfrost in and zips back out again. Tangyuan exhausted, just about flashes away to safety. Knight wants a little bit more. Ming has Hook and won't be able to find it as Knight dips out once again.
With the jungler dead, JDG can start Baron here unless Knight tries to look for a second pick here.
Knight's always looking for a second pick. That is Knight's middle name at this point. But JDG opting not to go straight for the Baron here, with Wei coming up in 5 seconds, deciding that's not the way they'll win this game.
Yep, this fight does start with everyone committing their spells onto the Ashe support of JDG. She does die in the very end, but they no longer have the damage to shut down Ruler in these team fights. Wei does fall as a result. Knight lands a very beautiful Everfrost onto everyone, gets even Gala stunned as well, and force flash out of Tangi at the very end. And just an overall win for JDG once again and protecting their vision for this top side.
Yeah, replay has to get cut short because Knight is busy 1v3ing in the river to try and maintain Baron control for his team. Dragon coming up in 2 minutes though. I don't think JDG are going to look towards Baron, sorry. I think they're going to look towards that Mountain Soul for themselves, especially when you've got a Scion on your team. That Mountain Soul can be so incredibly valuable. Knight will be able to catch this wave and sort of single-handedly maintaining control of the top side of the map right here.
Yeah, most definitely. I just feel like going for that 4th dragon is the most safe route. You don't want to be burger flipping any Barons, especially when RNG still has a very viable angle of coming back to the game. The scoreboard is still 4-4. But once JDG sets up the vision for this dragon, and the dragon of the Mountain Soul goes over to 369, he's going to be so oppressive in these team fights.
369 moving towards Breathe as Kanavi on the other side of the wall. Breathe doing exactly that, trying to take deep breaths as there's one on either side of him. But they aren't going to try and make a play. They didn't realize he was in the tri-brush, so will walk away with his life. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds. What have we got to see here for RNG? How do they have to play this fight if they want to contest JDG?
I mean, like I said, the Ziggs and Jace are built to poke. And you have to just chunk JDG down before you engage that 5v5. But so far, RNG has just chucked every ultimate at the Ashe support and just prayed it would turn out to be something good.
Well, this is not a poke-based fight. It's the complete all-in onto Tangyuan. He doesn't even get to move before he's down. 369 ain't done either. Charges into the fray. Knight on the backside of the play, looking for Ming as well, but zips on out again. Wei forced back. It's a nice pick for JDG. Knight looking for more as Wei charges forwards, but I'm not sure this is a fight that he can take realistically. Complete vision given by Knight grabbing this Scryer's Bloom. Knight once more looking for Wei. Just the constant pressure from Knight in these fights is suffocating for RNG. Dragon's already started. Wei caught on an Everfrost. There's no chance he can move towards the pit. There is no entrance allowed. Knight will not let it happen.
The 4th dragon does end up in the hands of JDG, while Knight and 369 are just playing RNG in their own palms.
Everyone knocked up, and it will be another pick. Breathe taken down this time. 369 to grab the kill as Tangyuan TP's into the play. It just has to leg it immediately. Ming locked up. Knight zips back out. He just can't be hit. I feel like Knight spends these entire fights in enemy lines and never loses HP. Rook comes down onto the Akali. Wow. I mean, what a game coming out from JDG. They've not even got that big of a gold lead, and yet it feels so one-sided.
You don't need damage as Knight on this LeBlanc when you're landing every single chain onto the enemy team. He is just being a pest for RNG while their carries aren't able to walk up into these team fights. Beautiful arrow coming out of Missing as well. Connects once again while Tangyuan just dies in his shroud. Just saying that Tangyuan doesn't have that TP available, but they're fighting again.
They certainly are. Kanavi's been caught this time, does not have his teams nearby, but it does not matter because he just perfect executions out, uses the flash, Ult comes out from Missing as well to protect his jungler. Now 369 just staring way down. No chance you'll get the skull crab today, mate.
I like how Missing, he has noticed that he's the prime target of RNG and goes for the QSS. He's been feeling those engages have been a bit personal from Wei, and I just opted into a defensive item. But now that the Ashe, the only person that is so vulnerable to these engages, has that protective tool, who are you going to look to engage onto? Because Knight and 369 are just playing these team fights perfectly.
Look at Ruler's inventory for a second. With 25 minutes in, okay, the inventory immediately vanishes. He's 3.5 items is what I was trying to say on this Varus. It's absolutely insane. Look how fast the Baron goes down. Knight behind enemy lines as Wei tries to contest, tries to get a steal. Forced out immediately. Knight into the fray once more. CC chain onto Wei as Tang Yuan buys time for his team in the Akali Shroud. JDG can't just force the Baron yet, but they're going to give it another go.
So much damage from the side of RNG, but it doesn't matter. You have the Mountain Soul for JDG. All that damage is just being tickled onto especially the Scion. Can they find an angle to really flip this Baron?
Wei is behind the
Sejuani
pit.
has an angle.
2,000 on the Baron, but Wei behind the pit, not in the fight. JDG just commit to skirmishing instead, or I say skirmishing, outright by B-biving.
He still has an angle.
He's still behind the pit. You're absolutely right. He wants to go for the steal, but he's stood on a ward right now. And Breathe now being forced away low on HP himself as 369 zoning everyone out as Knight pressuring on the other side. Baron taken by JDG. Knight still just being an absolute nuisance. Tang Yuan trying to escape, trying to get over the wall. The chains go wide. A second set of chains though will land. And there's Ruler to force the flash.
So close. Oh, well, I don't know if you saw Wei, but he had a terrible time trying to contest that Baron. Carnaby picked up the Nautilus ultimate and just chucked it onto Wei, and Missing just chased him down throughout that entire fight, and he wasn't able to find an angle onto this burger flipped Baron. And of course, Knight's just doing everything he can to stop this Ziggs and Jace entering the fight, or even the Baron pit, where JDG is just getting these objectives for free.
Oh, Breathe does manage to get a tower for himself, but at what cost? The whole squad is here for JDG, and Knight will be able to grab that kill. 2, 0, and 4 for the mid laner. They've already got Soul, they've got Baron to work with, and it already felt like they were massively ahead before when they had a 2,000 gold lead. Well, now they're on 6,500 gold lead. They've got a Soul, they've got a Baron. They can really crush into the space now. Try and break open one of these inhibitors.
Yeah, I don't see this game going to that Elder Dragon, which is going to spawn in a minute. I feel like you just have so much engaged tools coming out of JDG. You have the Ashe, you have the Scion. Even Carnaby can steal a relatively good ultimate to force those fights in mid lane, and they're just going to get picked one by one.
Little hook onto 369. The ult from Wei ever so slightly too short. 369 still on half HP. They've been wailing on him for 20 minutes there, but barely takes damage. Ult comes out from Gala, but just not really hitting yet in the game. Only on the 2 items on that Ziggs. And that's mid inhib taken. Ult comes out from Kanavi onto Wei just to buy space for his team. And now towards the bottom lane they go. And we were saying maybe they could crack an inhib. They are breaking this base into pieces. 2 inhibs taken already. Well, will be in just a few seconds' time. And RNG can't even look at fighting. This is a monstrous win from JDG. Not a scrap given to RNG as Ruler will be knocked in. Final attempt from RNG as the last ditch engage comes through, but 369 invincible on the front line as Knight doing so much damage. Tang Yuan almost gets Ruler, but almost is the name of this series for RNG. Almost finding fights, almost finding kills, and almost going down here in game number 1. A triple kill for Kanavi as JDG decimate RNG.
The way JDG just suffocated RNG towards the later end of that game, taking inhib by inhib, they just didn't have a chance to come back into the game, especially with Baron going into the hands of JDG. And Wei on the Sejuani just wasn't able to find those angles and opt into those team fights where Jace and Ziggs are able to poke down the carries of JDG. Also, Knight, obviously being one of the best mid laners we have in the LPL, was an absolute nuisance on that LeBlanc.
I mean, I'm really curious to see Knight's damage this game, because I don't think it was necessarily the team fights where he shone. It was like around the team fight. It was stopping team fights happening, just jumping in and playing that LeBlanc as essentially a poke champion rather than just the all-in. And I mean, Wei couldn't get near these objectives. Like when we were looking towards the Dragon Soul, Wei trying to contest, Knight was just doing so much to deny entry.
Yeah, Wei is probably like, where's my team? Well, Knight is just zoning off 4 people by himself, even though he bought the Everfrost and Banshees in his item slot. He is still such a menace. He doesn't have the damage realistically to one-shot you, but landing chain after chain, it's just too oppressive to even walk into their own jungle.
It's like a utility LeBlanc. It was a weird build, definitely, from Knight, but you know, when you can play like that, it can certainly work for you. So phenomenal stuff from JDG across the board. And again, Ruler finding an early advantage, just being the kind of mainstay damage for the squad, while the solo laners just run amok. Kanavi getting a triple kill in the end, getting the Baron for the team. Like, feels like, just like every other game from JDG, it's a full team effort. Everybody on the team, they just don't have bad days, it seems.
They don't have bad days, and they have yet to drop a series just quite yet. Their only game, or their only loss, was up against BLG, and that's unfortunately not being able to find that window to let Ruler dominate the early game. But looking at the damage graph, look at the mid lane, Knight versus Tang Yuan, where this LeBlanc just did so much, even with her defensive build in these team fights.
I think that's the most impressive thing, right? Is that Knight has done so much damage and didn't like individually take over the game in terms of snowballing and like actually just one-shotting people, but still showing that he can outplay everyone so hard despite not building that much damage, right? The fact that he's constantly in these scraps doing that much damage despite his build, it's like, I think it's much more impressive to see someone dominate on a more level playing field than just one-shotting people. One-shotting people is not that impressive. What Knight was doing there, that's really impressive.
Instead of one-shotting one person, he was playing with 4 people in his hands. And Knight just being, of course, performing so well once again on a champion that's not too popular in the meta right now. I feel like LeBlanc, because of the champions that are available in the mid lane pool, like the Azir, like the Lissandra even, they just have this late game security or even potential to stop the LeBlanc from popping off in these team fights, but Knight is not scared of that.
No, certainly not. And, you know, I mentioned it in the previous JDG series. I'll mention it again. That's 8 games now for JDG. That's 8 different champions for Knight. And I think he might just get an MVP on this one as well. We're going to jump into a break and then we'll find out.
And neither does TT's hopes, it feels like, in this game. The first Nexus Tower falls, the second closely after. As Huanfeng Yucal, you gotta make something happen here. Here goes Yucal, here comes Beishwan. They don't got the engage there. It goes golden, big shock blast from TT, and Yucal's come to town. They find Hong, they find a Quadra. Can you get a Penta? No! Shanks denies the Penta, denies TT!
The play from Qingtian.
They're going all the way in here. Qingtian trying to get the engaged Glacial Prison, matched by Nature's Grasp back. Invincible is going back forward. Qingtian onto the back line. Big counter strike. Invincible flashing over the wall. It's chaos. Baruki has found the back line. Show has Invincible. Who's gonna carry harder? And it's looking like Invincible can do it. He's taking him out. Invincible. He's just that.
H1 has to use the repel. He's going to be caught. No flash this time around. Low on HP and should be taken down by Dove. Hoya cannot protect his jungler this time around. We need some of those miracle shock blasts to come on out. While SKM closes the gap. Triple stun on the Aurelia. The resets come through in the Blade Surge. As Yucal forced away. Double for You Should Know Me. And Dove isn't done just yet. He wants Yucal as well. The Emperor's Divide stops the Jace getting his damage out.
Versus 3 to deal with. He hasn't realized it just yet as he goes in onto Cube. Hextech Ultimatum will keep him in the play. Is the healing there? The Qingtian comes into play. Qingtian! CS3! 3v1!
It is a win, but it's not going to be something like JDG that they can snowball into anything much more.
That's cleanse out. The flash comes on through as well as Ruler is actually going to die for this one, but Charlotte out there to body block. It doesn't matter. The damage is insane. This is a 2v4. Ruler is on another level as he burns through that bounce roll going down. Jumps over the wall for the triple, and here's Ganami to finish the play. Ruler is insane.
RNG 中他远我就没特别了解吧，但是听说他上官服第一，那肯定是挺有实力的，就希望他在 LPL 就打得更好。319同队的感受可能就和之前是有点变化吧，就之前在头部的时候他比较叛逆嘛，就没那么听话，但在京东之后感觉他成熟了很多，然后生态的话也比以前叛特别多。
He was disobedient back on top esports, but now he's matured. So talking about 369 there, interesting to hear him talk about his teammate in like a very much like a father or teacher sort of way, as opposed to a colleague.
Yep, definitely sounding a little bit old, even though Knight is not old at all himself. It was also nice to have him acknowledge Tang Yuan's achievements. I believe rank 1 in Korea solo queue, that is insane. But I believe there's a bit of a change up for this next game.
Yes, Angel going to be stepping back into the mid lane. These guys have played against each other plenty of times before. Angel, obviously, a veteran of the LPL. But his opponent in the mid lane is still going to be Knight, who was MVP in game number 1. That LeBlanc performance, absolutely phenomenal to witness. 2-0-8. Like, the thing is, like, how rarely have you seen a LeBlanc MVP performance that wasn't just snowballing and individually killing everyone? Like, this is such a rare game to witness.
It's very hard to see someone pick up the MVP having their scoreline being 2-0 and 8.
Yeah.
It was just such a utility-based LeBlanc, where I believe for his rune choice, he even went the Airy, and he was just slowly trickling RNG in terms of damage. And even with the build, like I've been saying, the Everfrost and Banshee, very, very safe, and it does provide a lot of protection from the Sejuani and Akali as well. So, like I said, I think Knight just does no wrong with these different champions.
Yeah, I'm curious what Angel is going to bring to the table here to try and answer Knight in the mid lane, because something has to be done. He played Azir in the one game he's played so far for RNG. We'll see what he's going to bring up against Knight. Knight, obviously, 8 games, 8 different champions. I feel like he's doing like a YouTube challenge, you know, trying to win the LPL, will never play the same champion twice. Like, I'm curious how long that can go on for, but, you know, knowing Knight, it wouldn't surprise me if he kept up for the whole split.
Honestly, with his teammates being 369, Kanavi, Rule, and of course missing in that bottom lane, he can of course go for a different champion every single time, because his teammates are just so strong this split.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. JDG just kind of manhandling everyone that they go up against so far. And we'll see if RNG can come back in, because like when you look at this RNG roster, aside from Angel, it's the same RNG roster that won MSI. It's just Xiao who is that missing piece. Angel, at least, a very, very experienced mid laner. You know, this is a guy that went to Worlds Finals back on Suning all that time ago in 2020. Like, he's definitely plenty of experience behind him. Great on the Azir, great on the Kassadin, 2 mid laners that are exceptionally strong in the current meta. So perhaps there's a window with Angel stepping into the roster for them to feel more like a team again, you know?
Yeah, I mean, with Angel subbing in for this second game of the series, his champion pool offers something very different compared to Tang Yuan. He plays the Talia and TF, and I think these two champions paired up with Wei, where the only way, the only angle that RNG has been able to pick up those wins was through Wei playing these aggressive carry junglers like the Viego and Graves in their series up against Oh My God in week 1. So I'd like to see them kind of go back to that playstyle, because we haven't been seeing too much succession, at least with Tang Yuan, with him on the carries in mid lane.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see a bit of carry potential coming out from Wei as well, especially up against Kanavi, who showed he's more than happy to play the carries. Brought out the Silas game number 1 of this series, but there's Angel on your screens. His second game under the RNG banner, and I'd love to see a pop-off from him. I'd love to see something special here in the mid lane from Angel. We've seen moments over the years where he really goes to a different level. Whether or not he can make it happen on this squad, we'll have to wait and see.
That sign was so cute. That sign said "Good luck, Angel," and had a little bird. Aww.
Oh, that's adorable. And the bird may be a hint towards the Azir that we've seen so many times from Angel in the past. But here we go. Draft underway. The support in the crowd there for Angel. But Jack's going to be the first band to kick us off with JDG over on our blue side.
Yeah, I mean, the Maokai does get taken off the board. I think Maokai is the best jungler to offer in that pool currently, where he just has the damage and he also has the engage as well. But of course, Cassidon is going to get taken off. I think Angel, you know, he does play a lot of those mages, and Knight is looking to play once again, perhaps something like the LeBlanc, where he's just able to be an absolute menace once again.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm still thinking he's just going to pick something different, though. I'm not going to try and predict what Knight will play. But he's actually not got a game on that Cassidon, but it is banned away this time. Seri taken off the board. I'm hoping Lucian is banned as well, so that we do get these more interesting bottom lanes as the Rise taken out of the picture. We'll see where we end up going.
For sure, RNG bans out the Lucian Zeri, and once again, this bottom lane pool has been opened up so much. I want to see the Caitlyn. We see it so much in the LCK, and Caitlyn is a pick or ban champion over there, but in the LPL, it just doesn't fancy these teams. But we do have the Elise being locked in for JDG straight away onto Kanavi, so it's going to be an early focus team comp, I assume.
Yeah, his first Elise game of the split as well. I feel like Elise is pretty rapidly climbing in priority in the jungle here in the LPL. We saw it earlier on today as well. Over to the side of RNG though, perhaps deciding that they want to take this Varus away for themselves. Certainly feels like the third priority AD carry in the LPL. Ruler playing that in game number 1, and RNG not wanting to deal with Ruler's Varus once again. They could even go for the Ashe as well, just to really lock down that bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, Varus, like you've been saying, is that next up-and-coming ADC once the OPs have been banned off, because I just think him being able to switch in between builds, between the poke with the Yomus and of course the on-hit through either, I believe, Immortal Shield Boy or something else, he's very flexible in terms of how he puts out his damage. The Sejuani is going to go towards Wei, so we're not going to be seeing Wei playing anything too carry focused just quite yet. But as you know, Sejuanis have been playing very aggressive and has been winning against Elise in that early game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing the Sylas once again from Kanavi, like it worked against the Sejuani in the previous game, but it's going to be a Jace locked in as well as the Ashe. So the bottom lane still a little bit open, but with the flex pick there for JDG, and then locking in one of the solo laners, but again, a flex pick.
The fourth Akali hover we've had tonight. Honestly, Akali has been a 50-50 champion where either you pop off or you just flop. I don't see it going any other way, especially with how Tang Yuan really showed us in that first game. I mean, it does work a little bit better because so far JDG's team comp is looking extremely squishy without the Sejuani being in hand this time around. So maybe Angel can bring that aggressiveness into the team comp and threaten the carries of JDG this time.
Sylas taken off the board, and we'll see what Angel can do on this Akali. He's had big moments on the Akali over the years. Certainly a champion that's well within his wheelhouse. But with Sylas gone, I am curious what Knight will choose to go for into that Akali. But only time will tell. Surprised to see a Leona ban, to be honest.
Yeah, Leona being banned in 2023, a bit of a weird thing to experience right now, but I need to highlight that Knight has brought out his Lee Sin mid lane before, and I think Lee Sin is a very good counter to this Akali, so you're having a lot of balls to just blind the Akali up against Knight.
Certainly are, as the Nautilus banned as well. I think JDG basically saying, look, Ming, we think you're an engaged support player. We think that's what you bring to the table, and we're not going to let it happen. The Heimerdinger comes out for Ming in the end. As Ruler hovering on the Jinx. It would certainly bring some presence to the late game team fighting from the side of JDG. And the Jace still could be that mid laner instead of going up towards the top side with the Renekton hover. But then, again, you can play Renekton in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on which matchup is better for the side of JDG. This Renekton could realistically just flex between the Jace. The Caitlyn, please, I beg. Missing hovered for 1 second, but back to this Renekton and Jace solo laners. This Elise is going to have a very fun time. She's going to have a lot of angles to look for those tower dives, especially with a Renekton, where the dives are extremely easy to execute. And the Caitlyn gets locked in for Ruler.
Certainly does, unless it's Caitlyn's support. We have seen a tiny bit of Caitlyn's
Oh,
support.
hell nah.
But I would assume that it's going to be Ruler taking that Caitlyn down at the bottom side alongside Missing's Ash. And now just down to the top lane for the side of RNG. But again, like you said, you don't actually know whether it's that Renekton or the Jace that you're up against.
Yeah, Cassante just seems like a very stable pick for RNG's composition to round out. You have the engage, you have the front line, and you also have consistent damage from the Varus and Heimerdinger in that bottom lane. But JDG's team comp is very spicy, a lot of damage and a lot of early game priority and threats from this Elise and Renekton, of course, being locked in for the top and jungle. I'm not going to be surprised if Kanavi's just going to be constantly diving Gala in this game, especially with the Caitlyn being locked in this time.
Yeah, it certainly could be an option for Kanavi to try and get underneath that tower and just force massive pressure in the bottom side. We saw a Heimerdinger earlier on today, and it led to a 5v5 at level 1, or at least the idea of a 5v5, a 5v5 stare down in the bottom side to try and clear those turrets. We'll see if that's going to happen once again. We've had some wacky drafts across the course of today, but I have some devastating news for everyone at home. The Knight win LPL without playing a champion more than once challenge is officially over. This will be his second game of Jace, and it means the floodgates have opened. He can now play whatever he wants.
We've cursed it, Munchables. We were talking about it before hopping into this game too, and he's relapsed on the Jace. You know, it can still happen. Maybe this is just a one-off thing where he continues the trend of picking something once every single game. But of course, this Jace in this game up against Akali, he's gonna have a lot of lane priority, and that just allows Kanavi to do whatever he wants on the map.
Yeah, and if Kanavi can do whatever he wants, that is a terrifying thing to play up against if you're the side of RNG. We know Kanavi is the kind of player that will take over a game. Ming wants to set his turrets up at the bottom side, but JDG don't want to let it happen.
JDG already smells a little donga in that bottom lane, placing down only one tower. It's gonna get taken off though. But this top lane is already having a brawl.
Yeah, 369 and Breathe going at it. Not sure if that was gyos we could hear or if that was just general crowd noise, honestly. Little uncoordinated today, but RNG just gonna sit underneath their tower. They know shenanigans could be afoot, although Ming stepping on forwards. I think he was spotted there by Missing. Turret comes down to protect himself from the volley. Absolute tech is coming out from Ming.
They spotted the ward, and Missing's gonna just sweep that. Does Knight get the Oh no, the Knight got the experience, and that potentially might mean he will grab level 2 first in that solo lane once again. I mean, it was shared in between 3 people, so I'm not too sure just quite yet, but it is a potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the mid lane is the lane that we have to talk about, right? Because Angel, obviously, going to be at a bit of a disadvantage to start this lane off. Melee versus ranged, it's never going to be pretty. But also, Angel here trying to prove himself as a big trade in the bottom side. Ruler getting massive damage onto Ming. Ignite to trade it back as Missing and Gala. Kind of 2 separate 1v1s there in the bottom side. But Angel wanting to prove himself, wanting to grab the main part of this roster slot for himself.
Yeah, picking up the Akali once again, our 4th Akali for tonight. But he's already in a very tough matchup. Look at the CS difference just because it's a melee versus range. But I'm looking at the junglers right now. The Elise started her own red buff and the Sejuani same as her. But the trading with bowling happening, I just feel like Wei has an angle to gank either bot or he can look in here.
Could look towards the mid lane. Knight changes forms to get that bit of movement speed. And we'll be fine. Doesn't have to flash or anything like that. Wade just passing towards his bottom side as Angel continues to take a bit of punishment in that mid lane. 369 priority on the top side, but with both junglers in the bottom river, I don't think that's going to matter too much. Kanavi trying to get aggressive onto Wei will force him out of the jungle.
I think we're just going to see a stalemate between Renekton and Cassante. Renekton is a pretty good pick into Cassante. It does shut him down in the early game, but once you get to those team fights, it really just depends on who has the flash first of all. But JDG Kanavi just going for these buffs and playing so aggressive with Ashe rotating as well.
Both junglers having the smites available. Kanavi with the Q smite will take that blue buff away. Wei continuously forced out here as he won't be able to go for his wolves either with the pressure that Kanavi is throwing out. Cocoon goes wide. The volatile Spiderling still chipping away at Wei's health bar. Angel in the meantime having a hard time in the 1v1. There's presence in the bottom side from JDG as well with the Caitlyn and Ashe. It feels like Wei has no support for what's happening to him in the jungle.
Yeah, 2 lanes of the side of JDG being constantly pushed in. Wei having his camps being taken away just means he has to look for a fight here.
Knight might have been baited in though. This is in a 2v1. Stun should come out. Wait,
No
it's just
mana?
gonna go down. Knight just 2v1s them. What is this guy eating for breakfast? I need some ASAP. Kanavi chasing on through into the jungle. Angel low on HP. Hand splash available. The spiders. It's getting chased on through a web of lies untangled. And JDG 2-0.
Knight, when you try and gank him, well, don't call an ambulance for Knight. Call one for yourself. He just gets the 1-for-1 trade. Oh, he doesn't even die. He gets a 2-for-0 trade onto this Jace. He didn't even have mana to realistically get that kill, but just the amount of damage he put out before Knight, Wei was able to flash onto him and just finish him off with the last order. And of course, Kanavi comes over and cleans up this kill with his flash available as well. Very well played for Knight. And of course, he is in that winning matchup where he was able to chuck out so much damage onto Angel prior, and it just became such a good lead.
Gala flashes forward and just gets eradicated. Ming flashing as well. The volley slows him, missing. Wants the kill, wants the supportal combat. One more volley would do the trick. I don't know what the cooldown is at this point. The sweeper finds him. And missing gets his opposite man.
Gala felt very confident about that kill. He flashes in, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough damage. I think Angel might die here as well.
At least they get one for Wei. Angel, he needed to have a good game today. He needed to make a statement coming into the LPL, but 0-0 now. He's got a grin on his face, though. Spirits seem high within RNG. And despite how this game is going so far, it's almost a 3,000 gold lead, and Knight 2-0-1 taking a plate in the mid lane. I mean, I don't think it could be going much worse if RNG tried.
6 kills at 5 minutes, and 2 of them going towards Knight when he's already in that winning matchup in mid lane. Kanavi's just gonna consistently help him in this mid lane, and Rula somehow managed to even get a kill onto Gala. The flash?
Oh my goodness, Ruler just breaking Gala's ankles. I mean, procs the tempo, just outplays it. Beautiful 90 caliber net there, while playing in the minion wave as well. I was sure that he couldn't win that one. His Angel now start to file to Knight as well. Wei moving in, Ming moving in. Knight still has his flash available and will be able to get away over the wall.
JDG is just giving them no chances to slip back into the game. Gala desperately trying to get his wave pushed in, but Rula just styles on him with the flash as well and says, you're not pushing your wave in and you're gonna die for it.
This is just, it's not often that you see this level of smurfing in professional play of what JDG are bringing to the LPL this year. It's actually insane.
Yeah, I mean, Missing wasn't even there to begin with. I'm assuming they got forced out from just a pure poke of RNG's composition. This was the first time where Gala died, and he was just way too confident with his damage. And this is going to be the second kill where Knight was able to find onto Angel. Once again, trying to push in that wave. He hits 6, and Angel just takes a cue to the face. Kanavi comes over and just picks up this kill as well. Angel is just getting camped in this mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you could do at that point. It was so well played by Knight to force Angel that way right into the loving arms of Kanavi. And breathe. Losing out in CS in the top side, but trying to bait 369 down. Wei in the Herald pit. 369 not going to fall for it. Really wants to crash that wave. Won't be able to. Sees Wei on the ward. And instead, we'll just walk over to Wei. Try and give him a hit. Try and get some presence. Do something while he can't walk up to the wave.
You already feel that desperation coming out of Gala, especially with his 2 attempts of getting that kill onto Rula, but both times Rula just outplaying him from pure mechanics. And I just feel like the more you burger flip, it's just you're getting to that state where you're not going to be able to come back into the game, especially as a Varus into Caitlyn, where they have the at least to abuse this lead.
Yeah, that lethality Varus as well, where when you're ahead, it feels incredibly strong, but when you start falling behind, it does feel a little bit useless. The fact that both the mid lane and the bottom lane being the same story, it's a really tough start for RNG. And also, it's the fact that that lead has extended to the jungle as well. The Kanavi's been able to use those winning lanes to such great effect. And now you can anticipate that the Ashe and the Caitlyn will start to really pressure in this bottom side and look towards getting some plates as Kanavi grabs himself a Herald.
Ashe does have the ultimate available now, so they can just pull the trigger whenever. Gala does have that cleanse available, but if they decide to just go for Ming, he is dead.
Oh, the arrow lands onto Angel. Kanavi's there with a cocoon. And Angel wiped off of the map once again. Not a single smidgen of emotion on Wei's face there on the camera. He's accepted the way that this game is going at this point. Kanavi pressuring in the jungle, looking for more, takes away the Gromp. Look at the CS lead that Kanavi has. This is unplayable for Wei.
Yeah, it is unplayable. You have two winning lanes from JDG, which I think JDG always has winning lanes. So Kanavi just has so much freedom to invade whenever he likes. And especially with Angel just being 0-3 as the Akali, you're not going to get any reassurance from the teammates. And you're just going to fall into 2v2 just like this.
This is just brutal. This is absolute brutality from the side of JDG. And one of my questions for JDG coming into today was, you know, how does Kanavi look when he doesn't have 3 winning lanes? How does this team look when they don't just body the laning phase? That question won't be answered today because they are just dominating the laning phase once again.
Once the time comes, I don't know when, but JDG is going to show you that, but today's not the day because all 3 lanes are winning once again, especially with this Ashe ult hitting.
It's just insane. Breed using the all out to try and find an advantage, but flashed on by 369. And will actually get away with his life. The flash keeping him safe as 369 already used both the slicer and the dice.
Like you said, Munchable, JDG has some of the fastest games we have in the LPL. Already 8 kills in their pockets in a 10-minute game. Jay's having 4 of them. And he already took down the mid lane tower, and all those plates went into the pocket of Jace, where he has 2 items completed compared to Angel, who doesn't have anything. And just the pure poke that Jace and Caitlyn is going to offer into these team fights, these major objectives are looking so hard for RNG to slip back in. Wei has to look for a pick before the game bleeds out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I worry that the game has bled out of control because it's a 7,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. Like, oh no, the arrow comes down for missing. At least he had the cleanse, keeps himself alive as Knight is 2v1ing in the bottom side here. They've sent Ruler to the mid lane to grab plates for himself. And I mean, there's absolutely nothing Angel can do about that in the mid lane. He's trying to move down to this bottom side of the map to influence the map in some way alongside Wei. Maybe they can find a 2v4 here. Wait, over the wall, Kanavi sees it on the ward. Angel trying to get into the play as well. Ming looking for the stun, but Knight flashes away from it, and now here comes Kanavi. It's 3v4, but I think JDG like their odds in this one. Aiton all the way, flashes into it! The volley onto 3, and now the follow-up. And Root comes out, though, and it's a 1-for-1 so far. Gala low on HP as Ruler on the back side of the play. He's committed suicide, and Angel grabs the kill.
Look, Angel got the kill onto Ruler. They pick up a 2-for-1 trade. This is the angle that RNG finds his way back into the game. Unfortunately, Wei just flashed into the Caitlyn ultimate. I'm assuming to escape, but he just he blocked it for God and he fell as a result of that.
It's not a pretty sight when your mid laner is the same level as the enemy jungle, and Knight just walks under the tower, just has his way with Ming. I mean, this is something else. At least RNG get a couple of picks in the previous play, but the gold lead's still snowballing in JDG's favor.
Yeah, look, we're gonna have to mind control Ruler to flank maybe 5 more times onto that Caitlyn and let Angel pick up every single kill, and I think RNG's back into the game. This flash was just so unfortunate for Wei. He tried to escape from the damage of Kanavi, but he flashes into the Caitlyn ult, and Caitlyn in the back ease over the wall and tries to get a flank going on here, but luckily Angel was here to get onto him, and he gave over the bounty.
Ruler thought his Q would hit on Scarlet as well. It would have been a kill had it hit. I wonder if Wei basically had accepted he was going to die in the play no matter what, and flashed to save Gala. Because it's pretty five-head if you look at it from that perspective. I don't know if that's true, though. As
Nice
the CC
dead.
chain lands on tonight, it's a huge pickup. Ming grabbing himself that gold as 369 to breathe. 1v1 in the top side. Dominus versus All Out. Who's got more damage? The knockup comes back up through with 369 as the sustain! And he finds the 1v1.
The grasp was not enough for Breed to win that 1v1. There's just action going on everywhere. But I like how RNG is taking their chances and trying to get back into the game. You are no longer going to win those 5v5s from just the pure advantage that Knight has in these team fights. And they noticed that Knight didn't have flash from a previous catch, so they just forced onto this pick. And of course, 369 winning the 1v1, although very, very close. Breed just wasn't able to kill him in the very end.
Yeah, extremely close, but it's 369 who's rolling nines today. And in the meantime, Ruler finishing that bottom lane tower off in the last 3 seconds of plates. Not the greatest Ashe ultimate we've ever seen, but a fair punt as Knight was in the area. If it lands, that's a kill for Knight. Angel.
Something that is so concerning is that this Elise has more CS than Angel on Akali.
Oh no.
Oh no. Close your eyes, Munchables.
Oh, I've got one eye closed. I've got to keep one open because it's my job, but yeah, that is something else. Honestly, Angel not having a good time with the Akali. Kanavi having a great time on the Elise though as he starts this Herald off. Ming and Breathe over the wall. As it looks like RNG do want to contest for this. 369 at the bottom side of the map and has TP available.
RNG, come on, you gotta force that TP out of 369 and dance around it.
Gala, more than half of his HP from one shock blast. We're only 15 minutes into the game as Knight absolutely taking RNG apart, way forced out of the pit. Once again, Blast Cone is there, but I don't think this is worth it. It's only a Herald at the end of the day. It's not the Baron itself. Gala chunked again by another volley as Angel takes a massive hit from Knight. Here comes Kanavi, Cocoon wide.
The dodge
Means they have to back away.
every objective is just going to Kanavi's hands. They have so much pressure into these Baron and I'm not Baron pit, but just so much objective control with the vision, especially with Ashe and just having her zombie ward available as well. Ruler gonna take over this tier 2 tower and just rotate to the top side where more murders are gonna happen.
Oh, the Cocoon. Breathe tried to get the Q to pull someone in, but the Cocoon stops it in its tracks. Knight dodges away from the Sejuani, and now the CC turns back around. 369 over the wall of Knight, doing so much to the whole squad here, all out to protect the team, but it won't protect them. Health bar's low. Ruler, he's on the Caitlyn flank again. There's the Gale Force to get one, turns it into two as he dodges everything easily from Gala. This is a massacre.
The flashes coming out of JDG. Knight flash-eing in, Renekton flash-eing in, and having that gold drinker available where Ruler's on the case and he was just able to pick up all the kills of RNG, all for none. I don't think RNG have an angle to back into this game anymore. They missed the ultimate on tonight, trying to protect this tier 1 tower for their life. I think you should just give this one up. You don't have any protection coming out of your teammates. And of course, Knight having so much damage. And look at this gold drinker that 369 uses. Oh my lord. And Caitlyn from the back, Gale forces in, has the flash available and just cleans everyone up.
I just love that early on today, or early on in this game, you said that RNG need about 5 more of those Caitlyn flanks to get back in the game. We actually see another Caitlyn flank, but this time much more successful than the previous. This is something else from JDG. And against a team, like, this is the RNG that won MSI. The only change is the mid lane, but it seems like changing Xiaohu out of this roster changed everything.
Yeah, I just feel like without this RNG Xiaohu, they just feel a little bit lost. These team fights, they're just not existent. And oh my god, I can't take my eyes off the damage from Knights. Half HP for Gala? Another one and he's dead.
I know. And half HP on the tower as well as JDG continue to just build this presence around the map. I love that they could have took the inhib in the top side as well. They still had the Herald alive. There was no available contest from RNG. But deciding to leave that because they don't want to funnel those super minions into RNG. They don't want to give their enemy that gold when they're not sure if they can use that pressure for the time being. Drake coming up in 15 seconds, and the whole squad from JDG are on the bottom side.
Angel's going for those wide flanks. Again, I've seen a Nakali that did go for a wide flank in that first series. Didn't work out too well for that team. But can RNG pull it off with Angel in the backside this time around?
Doesn't have a lot in terms of items. He's 369 in the middle of everyone, and he's loving every second of it, just flailing around, and still survives. It's 1-0, and Angel off the back of the flank just finds Knight, who's more than happy to go toe-to-toe with this Akali. Doesn't have flash available, tries to find the shock blast instead, as Kanavi chasing down Repel onto the minions. The Cocoon lands!
Oh, hit!
But he doesn't go for the play.
You know, it doesn't matter if Angel dies or not. This map state is absolutely doomed for the side of RNG. Another tower goes into the hand of this Caitlyn, and this dragon is going to be absolutely free. We're going to see another Dragon Soul if it does get to that point where the game doesn't end before 24 minutes. But this Akali is just desperately trying to look for a flank where she is just constantly on vision, breathe, trying to make something happen, but he just gets one shot from the amount of damage that JDG has available from Knight and of course the ADC. But these team fights are just looking so hard for RNG, even in a 4v5, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Angel, like you say, trying to get that flank, but not there anywhere near in time. And 369, I mean, like a duck to water, like an alligator to water, if you will. Just in the middle of everyone. Has the Gore Drinker, has the Dominus, has the Kuldemeek, able to just survive forever and do so much damage himself. And now Baron is going to spawn onto the map, and with this absurd lead, we're 20 minutes in, and it's a 14,000 gold lead for JDG. I mean, if they just go for the Baron, surely they can just take it. Surely there's no contest available for RNG.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a replay where missing hit and Ashe ultimate onto Gala. Had to force the cleanse instantly, although there was no threat from the side of JDG, who was just so scared. But Gala, without this cleanse, he's going to be in danger.
Oh, here comes a Kanavi, potentially. They don't quite have the damage to finish him off, and Knight just one-shots Ming in the meantime. Knight forced out of the play, Rule alongside him. Breed's gone too deep, but at least he goes 1-for-1. Ming, low on HP, but surviving. And a 1-for-1, honestly, RNG will take that any day of the week. 369 trying to chase Angel down through the jungle. The rest of JDG could start moving over. I'm not sure Angel can escape this one. The Shroud will certainly help for the time being. He's spotted, missing, gets the slow. There's the autos to keep that slow going. The perfect execution out of the play. But in the meantime, another inhib tower goes down.
JDG having the perfect game on RNG. No towers, no dragons, no heralds. And they are just slowly suffocating with this mid-jungle not being able to rise up in that early game. I just don't see how this Akali, even if she does go on a flank, is going to stop the carries of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you've got multiple 3-item carries on JDG is just absurd. We're 21 minutes into the game. Like, having one carry on 3 items at 20 minutes is pretty insane. Never mind having your mid and your bottom lane. I mean, Knight's almost on 4 items. This is just something else. It's absolutely something else. Baron on the map. Dragon Soul available in 2.5 minutes if JDG can get control of that pit once again. And just so little respect given to RNG in these lanes, in this jungle. Like, JDG know that this is their map.
I mean, even Missing can just walk straight up. He has that QSS available. No one on JDG is scared to just walk in blind into RNG. That's just how much pressure they have as a team. But they do have a little bit of vision of Ashe.
Shock Blast available. If it hits Gala, it's half of his HP. Okay, just annihilates the caster minions instead. Here we go. Ashe arrow goes through. Dodged though. RNG managing to avoid it. 369 their target. As the Chain of Corruption comes in onto Kanavi as well. But RNG, that's all of their cooldowns. That's their ultimates used. And they don't find their pick.
Angel is just constantly hovering on this Akali, but I think he's just too scared to ever pull the trigger. But remember, Dragon is spawning in 1.5 minutes. You have to try to do something because your team is slowly bleeding, and I know that you're already 1-4, but 1-5 isn't going to make the difference.
Knight just, I mean, the fact that he does that much damage to Wei on the enemy team, this is a lethality character up against armor, and he still does that much damage. It's Pretty disgusting what Knight's able to bring to the table here. Alongside Missing, trying to play to bait, trying to get these volleys down. Ace in the hole down onto Mink as well.
Oh
Breathe
my
on the
God.
front line, tanking up for the time being, but 369 can happily walk on forwards, and the poke is just absurd. 369 gets one as the front line torn to sunder as well on the backside. Angel trying to get into the play as Kanavi just finishes the Baron off during the team fight. Gala alone uses the cleanse onto the stun from 369, but Slice and Dice will be back in just a second. Gala trying to survive, uses his ultimate as Ruler almost finishes the job.
17k gold lead at 23 minutes. This gold lead is going to become the minutes that we have in this game, Strolly 23, very soon. I'm sure that the HUD was broken because I didn't see Caitlyn doing any damage, but even if the Caitlyn wasn't in that fight, I just feel like JDG has so much damage where 369 is just being an absolute menace in that front line. But of course, one Caitlyn ultimate just means one of the RNG members is completely out of the fight. And whenever this Renekton has that flash available, you are just instantly dead as Ming. And of course, Angel tries his best to look for at least one kill on tonight, which he does get a return, but it's just not enough to come back into the game.
I mean, the thing is, Ruler and Kanavi are on the Baron the whole time. That's 3v4, and it's a very one-sided fight in favor of JDG. Now, over to the Dragon Soul as well. They've got the mid-supers already pushing. Knight moving up to that top side so he can pressure on the off lane. Has his TP available. 24 minutes on the clock. And JDG almost a kill a minute at this point as well.
Yeah, they can't even leave their own base. Dragon Soul goes to JDG, Baron Soul in hand as well. Wei looking so extremely weak compared to this Elise. I just don't see how they're gonna win a 5v5.
Needs to get to the gym ASAP. Angel forced away, Wei forced away. The last inhib tower to fall. It's Knight pressuring in the mid lane at the same time. This will be a second inhib. The third one is open if they want it, but they're not even going for two inhibs. They just want to end the game. JDG putting their foot down on the throat of RNG as Bree jumps into the back line.
Angel?
Here's Angel to flank as well. Can they do anything? Ruler on the backside, but the rest of the team not even protecting him. They know how far ahead he is. Gala on the fountain as Kanavi just wailing away. 369 stood still, tanking, knows that he can't die as Knight jumps in to get a bonus kill at the end. That's game, set, match for JDG.
Knight gets a sneaky little cheeky smile at the very end of that kill cam, but of course, this is the outcome we assumed from a JDG versus RNG matchup. This is the super team of LPL, and they're gonna do wonders at our MSI competition. Of course, Knight, 369, also with Ruler on the side, they are just so consistent in terms of getting those early leads where they don't give the enemy a chance to come back with that, I guess, kill angle.
Yeah, I agree completely. And the thing is, it feels too early to talk about MSI ordinarily, right? But with this team specifically, them not making MSI would be a massive upset already. The fact that that's a statement I can confidently make in week 4 of spring says everything you need to know about the performance of this team so far. But still some other big names in the league that could contest them. LNG, certainly a name that springs to mind immediately. They've been looking phenomenal. IG are 4-1 as well, but you've got teams like Top Esports, Weibo, really fantastic performances out from them as well. So who knows how the rest of spring will go? All I know is JDG are fast, they're efficient, and they are deadly.
They get the job done in the first 15 minutes. Dare I say, JDG has the best early game we've seen in the LPL. And I just think the combination of Knight and Kanavi for this split has been so refreshing. And it's so nice to see a mid-jungle being extremely synergized and just getting the plays done early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. And like you say, the synergy is there. It helps that every single game they just dominate their laning phases. I mean, Ruler this game. Can we just take a second to talk about Ruler's Caitlyn this game? Like, Gala is a good AD carry. Gala, in previous splits, has been one of the best AD carries in the LPL. Ruler just dismantled him. Ruler just took him apart today. This Caitlyn versus Varus. It was Gala being aggressive, and every single time, it was Ruler winning the 1v1.
You could definitely feel that Gala was feeling the pressure, or at least the desperation up against Rula, but he was just able to mechanically outplay him in those 1v1s. And this comes to the debate of, back in the day where Uzi was still playing, LPL used to produce some of the best ADC we've seen around the world. But with Rula coming into LPL this year around, and he's making such a statement piece, I'm not sure about that old statement anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what changes. I will say, we saw Kai'Sa today, and if there's one thing Gala's real good at, it's Kai'Sa. So maybe if Kai'Sa comes back into the meta, that's Gala's way back in. But right now, Ruler looking insane. Knight has had an unbelievable day. His damage on this chase fantastic. The LeBlanc game earlier on, I mean, he is having maybe the split of his career. That sounds weird to say because he's had some insane splits, but I feel like I haven't seen a single mistake from Knight just yet this year.
I mean, Knight has always been that powerhouse of a mid laner in the LPL. Unfortunately, always just choking at international events and not being able to make it onto the World's Finals or MSI Finals. So I think with this roster, that is realistically an angle we can see with Knight going alongside Rula, Kana, V369, and of course missing in that bottom lane. But Knight, obviously, on this Jace, I just think he is so good. Which other mid laner can really challenge him when it comes to that early presence?
I mean, that is the question. That is absolutely the question. His kill participation is about 85%. Absolutely everywhere on the map, trying to influence the game and being able to do so. I will say Angel as well. A tough game to step into. Like, being subbed in for game number 2 against JDG was always going to be tough. But it's the fact that Knight 2v1'd him and Wei. Like, that was really the moment where this game looked a bit tough for RNG when the mid lane's going that one-sidedly. One-sidedly, is that a word?
Yeah, one-sided. But, we already knew that Elise was going to have a banger of a time with how the early invades went.
Well, we've got 369 standing by for an interview, so I'm going to kick it over and see what he has to say.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by 369, the top laner for JDG. Congratulations on your victory. Now you have got 4 consecutive wins to kick off your spring season. And why did you guys can maintain such a dominant performance from your perspective? 欢迎369来到我们的赛后采访。现在京东呢是以一个4连胜的强力战力开启了你们的春季赛。你觉得现在队伍能够保持一个不败金身的最主要的原因是什么呢？
因为我们状态比较好吧，就这样。
That is just because we are in a great form. And the second question, let's get back to game number 1. Your bot lane got leads, but I think your opponent really targeted on top lane with especially a lot of tower dive and rift herald. How do you handle with that pressure and what was your mentality? 那么说回今天第一局，虽然京东下路是取得了不小的优势，但是对面好像一直在针对我们的上路，而且12分钟的时候呢，也是拿着峡谷先锋来越塔，还有很多的 gank。你是怎么样应对这种压力的？看到他们这么针对你，你的心态是怎么样？
因为我的队伍优势很大，所以说我感觉很爽，躺赢感觉非常开心。
I feel pretty happy because that my teammates are really strong. They can carry the game, and I just need to do nothing and enjoy the game. And I also want to touch on your team overall. A lot of people said that JDG has a really high ceiling for this season, just not only because your lineup, but also for your performance. And Missing says that you can win all of matchup in regular season. Do you agree with him? 那么接下来想说到我们京东今年确实也是很强嘛，可能不仅仅是大名单体现出了一个纸面实力，并且在游戏当中的实力也是很强。Missing 上次说他觉得你们可能会一场都不输赢下常规赛，你觉得你同意他的观点吗？
应该可以。
Yeah, I definitely agree with Missing. And final question for you, is there any team or player in particular you want to play against in this spring season? 那么这个春季赛到目前为止有没有说369选手想交手的队伍或者是选手呢？
因为就是下一场打微博的话，微博也是一个非常强力的战队嘛，然后压力还是比较大的，就比较想跟微博打。
We're going to play against the WBG next matchup. I do think they're a pretty strong team. Maybe I'm a little bit pressure. Let's see what will happen in next matchup. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢369来到赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Bye bye. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, both Christina and 369. Great to hear from him, as always. The LPL's done for the day. I can't believe both series are finished. It's only half 12 here. Like, this has been an exceptionally fast day, but I feel like that is always the case when JDG plays. This team is just too insane.
They're just breaking their own record with the fastest game available. And of course, JDG has places to be, and they were not wasting any time in that early game.
They definitely were. Let's take a look at our MVP. I believe it was Knight again. 2v1ing in the mid lane, decimating health bars for the rest of the game with a first strike Jace. I mean, just what more is there to say that we haven't already said? I feel like we're just waxing poetical at this point, but what more can you do when Knight is performing the way that he currently is?
Yeah, I mean, you already could tell how this game was going to turn out from the first level of mid lane. I believe Knight had 9 CS and Angel had 2 at one point. And just looking at the KP, 85%, and also sharing at least 30% damage in the charts. So he was just putting out so much damage on this Jace with that first strike, generating a lot of gold from these winning trades, and he was just able to spiral out of control.
Certainly was able to, like you say, spiral 3 kills at 9 minutes, and then just the rest of these fights so one-sided for the rest of the game. And I like that RNG was still trying to find flanks with Angel. They were trying to find creative ways to get back in the game when they were so far behind, and you could see on the cams that they kind of accepted the situation. Ruler with his second Caitlyn flank of the game there. The fact that he was flanking on Caitlyn twice across the course of this one really says a lot about where we were in the game. But JDG just continued dominance throughout the LPL, and I don't anticipate that changing anytime soon. I just want to see them against LNG at this point. I feel like that's the matchup that, in my mind, is the most important one to see currently, because LNG they've been doing a similar thing. Like, they 2-0'd RNG as well. They 2-1'd OMG. OMG looking pretty good recently. So I feel like that's the matchup I'm looking towards, but it's still a little while away for us.
Yeah, I mean, like the powerhouses of LNG and IG, both very exciting matchups to await for. Well, from that interview with 369, he was just like, so how are you feeling getting constantly dove in that game where Ruler was just kind of carrying you? He was like, I'm happy that I have my teammates on JDG, and I'm kicking back and I'm relaxing because I know they're going to carry me to a victory.
That's good to hear. Good to hear he's having a good time, enjoying just jumping on the coattails. Good stuff from 369. Let's take a look at our results as we round out today. It was a 2-1 to start us off. A very exciting series between EDG and NIP. EDG, though, proving to be the better team at the end of it all. But then JDG, a clean 2-0 against RNG. An absolute shellacking, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, RNG is that old name of LPL, and JDG coming in with the imports and the roster swaps. They are the new giants on the block, and they definitely showed that in the 2-0 series they had up against this RNG.
Yeah, they really did. Phenomenal stuff coming out from JDG, and now tied with LNG, not only in series score, but in game difference as well. Both 4-0 up there at the top of the table. IG close on their heels, and a few other teams looking to prove that they belong in the upper echelon as well. Teams like Weibo, Top Esports, even EDG looking pretty good recently, and WE actually, I think, a team worth keeping your eye on because they've shown some seriously good games recently. It's just a matter of whether or not they can continue to do so, whether they can do it against the top teams. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches, though, as RA will take on AL and Top Esports will go up against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the standings we had there, we had so many super teams just topping the boards, but I think between Top Esports and I believe EDG, they just have to find that stability when it comes to a best of 3 series, and they will become just as good as the other people competing for that top spot in the league.
Worth mentioning as well, that second game, that'll be Jackie Love up against Baolan. World champs up against each other from 2018 IG. Definitely an exciting matchup if you're an LPL head. Worth watching just for the storylines alone right there. That just about wraps us up for today. Kitty, it's been an absolute pleasure casting with you. Great to finally be on the schedule together. Hopefully we can later on in the split as well. But we've had some bangers as well. We've had some absolute stonkers of games.
Yep, I'm so happy that I got to cast those games alongside you. They were very fun to watch, even though, of course, JDG ended up with a 2-0 scoreline. I just felt like I can tell why everyone is such a big fan of JDG and why there are so many nightstands out there.
Yeah, the question will be, how can they perform when it comes up to facing off against a team like LNG? That'll be week 8, but plenty more LPL coming up for you. Make sure to join us tomorrow. That's going to be it from us today. We will see you in Twitch chat tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.